Okay. We did 3 hours of monster hunting. Now it's time for 3 hours of alien documentaries. Why was the panties clip deleted? I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't delete anything. No, we're watching documentaries. If you believe you are an alien or would sleep with an alien, this is the stream for you. All right, we got a couple things downloaded. We have World's Most Mysterious Extraterrestrial Incident. Alien Crash at Roswell. We have Witch Hunt in Salem, still relevant today. We have Could Aliens Be Living With Us? I feel like that's a good one. I didn't delete it on purpose. If it was deleted, psychotic, it's because of the DMCA apocalypse. I think we're going to do the Could Aliens Be Living With Us? We're going to do this one first.
There's a way to make
Oh, it's loud. Oh, it's so loud. It's loud for me. I don't know if it's loud for you guys. Is that loud for you?
It was now a conspiracy of witches.
Download Veely today.
Right for dinner tonight? Mapo tofu and some crispy chicken. Oh, it's William Shatner.
Done some crazy things. So you'd think
Now it's quiet.
that there wasn't much that could take me by surprise. You'd be wrong.
Is there an alien in that house?
The world is full of stories and science and
Does this
things
need to be
that
loud or
amaze
is this
and confound
good?
me every single day. Incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer, and others just defy logic.
Have aliens infiltrated the human race? In Mexico, a farmer finds a mysterious and
Hold on.
terrifying creature. It looks like...
All right, hold on. I need to be very clear. That is not me, okay? I don't know what that is. I am not an alien chupacabra. All right, I got to get it out. I got to get that out of the way right now.
like nothing on Earth.
I have invested thousands of dollars just trying to know what this creature is.
Did pilots from another world crash land in Mexico? In Arizona, a woman claims to have been fathered by an ET in a top-secret government experiment. Arizona, a woman claims to have been
alien
fathered by
baby.
an ET in a top-secret
The alien's coming out of me.
government experiment.
There are extraterrestrials walking amongst us.
Can human and extraterrestrial DNA mix together? And in Nevada, a U.S. serviceman befriends a colony of aliens living secretly on an Air Force base.
They wouldn't hesitate.
Friends a colony of...
I mean, this just looks like the boys hanging out. This is some boys hanging out, you know what I mean? They're just like looking at them.
living secretly on an Air Force base.
They wouldn't hesitate for a second to kill a human.
Yeah, it's a weird world, and I love it.
Unexplained. Unsolved. Unknown. Weird or what?
Do you believe in aliens? That's a question I'm asked quite a lot. And my answer is, I try to keep an open mind. I mean, who's to say what or who is living in the
That's
far
right.
corners of the galaxy? But think about it. So much we don't know about our own planet. Could aliens already be here, living among us? Could they be our friends or even our neighbors?
Oh, I can see if I can turn
There was
subtitles.
something strange about those people. You're only supposed to mow the lawn in the afternoons.
Tag yourself. Who mows their lawn in a leather jacket? Who does that? I wonder if that's his family. I wonder if those are really his neighbors. This looks like it would be like his neighborhood.
they're impossible to live with.
May 26, 2007. In Metepec near Mexico City, a farm worker is going about his duties in the barn. Suddenly he hears a disturbing sound.
Question. Have I ever made a noise like that? Does that sound like me?
It's coming from one of the traps he has set to catch rats.
They never heard something like that. They couldn't exactly say this was the sound that we heard in another animal.
He discovers to his horror that instead of a rat, the trap holds a tiny, human-like being. Jaime Maussan is Mexico's foremost UFO investigator.
This creature is something that you have never seen before. The eyes are gray.
Actual photo. What is it? I mean, you could just, that could just be like a creation, right? That's not a photo of me. That is not me. I made it very clear in the beginning. This is not me.
And amazing.
Turn on your monitor, streamer.
The skin is like covered with oil. You can see some hair. You can see the feet. The feet are like human. The hands are like human. The head, it's like a baby head.
The farm worker shows his colleagues what he's found. They don't know what to make of it.
I can just imagine the surprise when they were seeing this creature moving. I can just imagine the surprise.
What face will you have when I finally show Hull? Is it this face, number 1? Or is it this face, number 2? Type in chat.
Moving and trying to escape. They were very afraid.
Their boss is a wealthy local businessman named Mario
a lot of
Moreno
twos.
Lopez.
When Mario Moreno Lopez saw the creature for the first time,
He looks all dried out
he
there.
just said, "What the hell is that? I never seen something like that. What is that?" And nobody could answer to that question.
Lopez is fascinated by the creature.
Lo que estamos analizando tiene una rapidez increíble y tiene una inteligencia
It's fast and intelligent?
increíble, ¿no?
But they can't figure out what to do with it. And the beast is shrieking in agony.
The owner, Mario Lopez, probably, because he never told me that, but probably, he said, drown it or kill it, get rid of it.
They come up with a gruesome solution. They'll kill the creature by immersing it in a toxic chemical bath.
These are terrible chemicals. Chemicals that are used to cure leather. You put in your hand, in your skin, and burns you.
This is like something out of like a Silent Hill, man. This is like Silent Hill 1, like the little babies attacking you, drowning it in leather. Like, this is how you get the aliens to attack us.
But then something inexplicable happens. The animal refuses to die.
The creatures survive inside these chemicals. Could anything on Earth survive something like that?
Finally, the beast is lifeless.
Mario Lopez now has in his hands a dead creature. He doesn't know what it is. He knows it's not something normal.
Lopez brings the creature to Maussan, believing only he can solve the mystery.
Dude, imagine being like Mexico's top alien UFO researcher and some guy shows up with like a little chupacabra thing. Like, that is pure joy on his face. He is so happy. He's like, yes.
When I saw the creature
Oh, he's so happy.
for the first time, I was very skeptical.
He doesn't look skeptical at all. He's like all in on this thing.
I didn't know if this was a joke. They were trying to confuse me or to discredit me.
But Maussan is fascinated and decides to undertake an investigation. He subjects the creature to a battery of tests.
We have tested this DNA of this creature around the world.
And when the results come back, Maussan is stunned. The animal is genetically distinct from any species known to man.
We found in the DNA of this creature
Give
that
us the
is even
DNA,
closer
man.
than the chimpanzees to human beings. It's almost human.
It's almost human? Were we the aliens?
Maussan also believes the creature could have other, even more bizarre origins.
We don't know how to test for alien DNA, but I'm very sure that the DNA of the aliens is very similar to the DNA of humans because the DNA is universal.
But while Maussan is trying to decipher the test results, his investigation takes a macabre twist. Mario Lopez, the owner of the ranch where the creature was caught, is found dead, burned to death in his own car.
Mario Lopez brought the creature to me at the end of June 2007.
That's insane.
Just 4 weeks later, he was murdered.
Lopez's unexplained death raises a chilling new possibility. It is somehow connected with the death of the creature from Metepec.
A person brings something so strange, and then he's murdered. What is going on?
Dude,
Today, Maussan is still trying to solve the mystery.
that's insane, man.
This is the only creature of its kind around the world. There is no more. We have this chance, and we have to solve this mystery to know if we are really alone in the universe.
Is that it?
Compelling and somewhat disturbing story.
Is that it? Is he right next to it?
Mexican workers find a creature that resembles something like a deformed human baby or some kind of alien.
I am not a deformed, bald human baby.
They try and kill it, and then it somehow takes revenge on an innocent man by murdering him. Could a little guy like this do something like that? Is this proof that aliens exist and are here on Earth? I mean, this is Mexico we're talking about. All
You know, I kind of want to, I do kind of want to taste it.
kinds of crazy things happen there. Of course, there could be a perfectly innocent explanation. Is this proof enough?
That's like 80 proof, isn't it?
It may be.
Dude, how do I get like relevant enough to do these like B tier documentaries? D tier this is all I want, man. I want enough to be on
Logan
these
Hawks
things.
is the author of Close Encounters of the Old West. He believes the Metepec creature is just the latest in a long line of alien visitors that left their mark on that region.
You'd hire me,
If you
thank
look
you.
back into the myth and mythology of the people that lived in this neck of the woods, the Metepec creature very much looks like a little person described in some of these legends.
Hawks has an intriguing theory to explain the creature's origin.
I believe this extraterrestrial creature was a pilot of a craft that flew through the zone of silence. It affected his guidance system, his ability to control the ship. He crashed on a farm where he was discovered by a Mexican farmer.
He was piloting a little ship? What is the zone of silence?
The Zone of Silence, according to Hawks, is a mysterious region of northern Mexico where aircraft inexplicably crash and UFO sightings are common.
This is an area that could be compared to the Bermuda Triangle or the Devil's Triangle.
I'm going to move out there.
The region gets its name from a strange magnetic irregularity that affects everything that passes through it.
Technology within the zone of silence doesn't work the way that it should, not the way that it does in other places. For example, microwaves, electronic equipment, seems to have a lot of interference. For instance, a handheld compass cannot read magnetic north. The needle will just spin and spin and spin.
The Zone of Silence exploded into headlines in 1970 when it caused a sophisticated U.S. Athena missile to crash.
The guidance system went very strange, and it landed in the heart of the zone of silence. It was carrying a nuclear, very strange, and it landed in the heart of
No,
the
my
zone of
house!
silence. It was carrying a nuclear payload, so there was a great deal of controversy over an American missile crashing on foreign soil. There was an extraction that happened, and it's quite an interesting subject.
No one knows why the zone of silence causes electronics to go haywire, but Hawks believes the explanation is more supernatural than scientific.
There's something that you feel from the earth, from the ground, from the rocks, from the mountains. You can't put your finger on it. It's like someone's in the room watching you.
I want to go there, man.
A member of an advanced alien race? Could the zone of silence have caused its spaceship to crash? Or could there be an even stranger explanation?
I'm convinced that this creature is actually something from another dimension.
Yo,
Mexican farm worker
this guy's voice is great.
Creature.
Or could there be an even stranger explanation?
I'm convinced that this creature is actually something from another dimension.
A Mexican farm worker finds a tiny creature unlike anything known to science. DNA tests are unable to identify it. Is it an extraterrestrial? For paranormal expert Timothy Beckley, the Medebec creature raises more questions than answers.
Okay.
For paranormal expert Timothy Beckley,
all right, here's the deal. He will show you a real living alien, but you gotta kiss it. Like his Beckley. Do you do it? He's got it. It's behind him. Is this his house?
the Medebec creature raises more questions than answers.
I'd do it.
If it had any great intelligence and was coming from afar,
now he'd show you the alien.
Trapped in some sort of animal trap. And also, where's its craft? And where's this breathing apparatus?
So if the Medebec creature wasn't a pint-sized alien pilot, what was it?
I believe that there is a invisible race of beings that coexist right alongside of us on this planet.
What the fuck? I mean, they could be in the room with me right now.
I have had 3 UFO sightings, so I know that these things are real. They're not hoaxes, they are not hallucinations, but I do not believe that most of the objects that have been seen are from outer space. I think they are more closely akin to our own reality. Perhaps they come from another dimension. Perhaps they come from somewhere beneath the Earth.
They're below us?
But the sightings are real, and people are reporting legitimate, far-out things. I'm convinced that this creature, this so-called alien baby, is what is known as a jinn. An invisible, supernatural being that exists on a parallel dimension.
The jinn, or genie, as it is also known, is a being first described in the Muslim holy book, the Quran. They're said to appear out of nowhere to create.
And of course, we do know about the genie and the lamp that have the ability to change shape.
The deep Earth theory? I'm not aware.
Small beasts.
Even more intriguing, Beckley claims to have hard evidence of their existence.
I've compared it to photographs that people have taken of these jinn, and they look remarkably similar.
Beckley says further proof can be found in the death of Mario Lopez, the rancher who found the creature.
They are evil, sinister creatures.
Right now, he's just describing Twitch chat.
If you kill or injure a jinn, you can expect some form of repercussion.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I will never injure you, Twitch chat.
The farmer who was responsible for the death of this creature felt the heavy hand of the jinn.
Could this be an interdimensional case of mistaken identity? Or is the truth just as weird, but closer to home? Taxidermist.
I would never judge anyone by their facial hair or their weird, creepy basement taxidermy collection, but I mean, I kind of want to. This is getting, I mean, he looks like he would have a really great beard if it was like trimmed up a little differently, but he's got some weird ass stuff on those shelves behind him.
Robert Marbury is fascinated with the Medebec creature, but he doesn't think it's alien or a trans-dimensional being. He believes it's a hoax.
I think the Medebec creature is a skinned spider monkey.
No! Well, they've got like fangs. Did they trim its fangs down?
I think the Metapec creature is a skinned spider monkey.
And how can he be so sure? Marbury is director of the Min.
Look, it's the carrot. Why is he eating a carrot? Was that his idea? Or was that like the documentary's idea?
Minneapolis Association of Rogue Taxidermists.
Why did he make the squirrel look like so sinister? Like, why is he gotta pose it to be like?
A group that creates artwork out of animal leftovers.
That's terrifying.
I'll tell you about the work that our members make. Some of them make cryptozoological.
Like, why do you gotta give it such a big eye, man?
Animals that may or may not exist. Chupacabra.
That was a slice of pizza.
Fiji mermaids.
Ooh!
Capricorns.
Is the Metapec creature a piece of creative taxidermy glued together in somebody's garage? To find out, Marbury is going to demonstrate how easy it is to create one.
Is he gonna get a skinned spider monkey?
So the proposal is, how do you create a Metapec creature? I'm on the east coast of the U.S. I don't have access to monkeys. I have access, however, to squirrels, and this particular piece is a roadkill. So what I've done is I've taken this and I've skinned it. I have a taxidermy friend that calls it taking off the pajamas.
Marbury then covers the carcass in salt to dry it out.
Salt's the best mummifier. It takes all the liquids out of the tissue.
The next step, a drastic makeover to take it from everyday rodent to cosmic commuter.
I'm going to take sort of traditional clippers.
No!
And really remove the head.
No! No! Ah!
And replace it with this monkey skull, which would allow it to be a little bit more like the Metapec creature.
Marbury then uses sandpaper to shape the skull and teeth.
Okay.
But you can see very quickly how you can make it look more and more like a human's mouth. And at this point, we kind of feel like we've seen this guy somewhere before.
In just a few simple steps.
No, that head's too big,
Robert
though.
Marbury has crafted a skeleton that looks just like the Metapec creature.
Well, I guess you would need
Could
a spider
such thing
monkey.
Fool the experts. According to Marbury, it's happened before.
There's a chupacabra that was found in Texas, and it made a lot of news cycles. And I sent that picture to a friend of mine who makes beautiful rogue taxidermy. And her response was, yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it? And I realized she had actually made it.
But if these fakes can be so easily spotted, how has the Metapec creature fooled so many people for so long?
Humans are hardwired to make sense of random patterns. We see something which we don't see on a daily basis, and your mind kind of rallies for an answer, and then the suggestion, oh, this is an alien.
He's working for them.
I think that's a little arrogant on our part to envision aliens as a version of me, but with a big head. I think when you get down to Occam's razor, and the simplest explanation is often the correct one. This, to me, is a spider monkey.
Was the Metapec beast created through taxidermy? Is it a supernatural Jim from another dimension?
I don't think it's a supernatural.
Or is it an alien pilot that crash-landed in Norway?
I don't know what I think about Alien Pilot either.
Or what?
What? Is this true?
In Arizona, a woman discovers she's the product of a sinister experiment.
No!
Breeding humans with aliens.
They create.
Take me! What is going on her porch? What is this little is this little guy doing back there?
Me in the petri dish.
We've seen many strange and amazing things on this show. But what if I told you that you're about to see something that's not only the most strange and amazing thing ever, but that we're about to make history? You see, millions of people have claimed they've seen UFOs or met an alien, but not one of them has any evidence, no living proof. Well, today we're about to change that once and for all, because today is the day you are going to meet an alien. Not on some hazy video or in a lab. No. Face to face.
Is it under that?
Person. Really. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Cynthia.
March 24th, 1972, Omaha, Nebraska. Cynthia Crawford has just experienced the most joyful event of her life, the birth of her son. But the pregnancy has been difficult, and the doctors have made a strange discovery. She has an exceptionally rare and mysterious blood type.
The thing was, there was only 2 other people in the world that had the same antigen as was found in my blood.
It's not the first time she's been told she has bizarre physical abnormalities. Her body is just different, and no one can tell her why. Her pupils don't dilate normally. Her skin is strangely thick. Her bones are porous.
What? My twin sister had muscular dystrophy, and when they went to see if they could do a transplant, we were incompatible.
But it's not only Cynthia's body that's extraordinary. It's also her mind.
Even as a toddler, I realized how different I was, because I was always able to do things that my sisters couldn't do. I remember drawing with crayons and so forth, and all of a sudden, I wanted a crayon, and I literally moved it with my mind to me. I also was able to hear thoughts, and they couldn't hear thoughts.
It's not a good sign.
For years,
If you
Cynthia
think you're
searched in
hearing
vain
other
for an
people's thoughts, you should consult a medical professional.
Then one day, her father, a retired CIA agent, reveals the brutal truth. He tells her she was part of a top-secret government program with a dark mission.
My father told me that our government were working with the German scientists that were brought over after World War II.
What the fuck?
But as Cynthia pores over secret government documents, she learns something even more mind-boggling. She was created in a laboratory, a product of her father's covert breeding program.
What the hell?
He had agreed to participate in an experiment in which they were making hybrid babies.
This alarming experiment aimed to mix genetic material from extraterrestrials with human DNA.
I was told I'm part human and part extraterrestrial.
She's so happy about that. Hold on. See, I could be that guy. Like, you could hire me for your documentary, and I could make that face. I could do it, man.
The way they created me in the Petri dish was they used alien DNA that the German scientists brought over with them, and the rest from my father and my mother, and mixed it all together in the Petri dish, and then inserted it in my mother's womb.
Why did the Germans have alien DNA? They haven't really explained that part.
And that's how I came to be. I've been told that I'm 34% human, 28% Zeta.
What's a Zeta?
And 38% Anunnaki. And I'm not alone.
All right, hold on. Did we...
I'm told that I'm 34%.
Hold on, just give me 1 second. Okay, I think that adds up.
Human.
34.
28%.
32, 50.
Zeta. And 38.
Does that add up to 90%?
Human.
Oh, let me just double check. I'm sorry, it's late for me. 34
28%.
28.
Zeta and 38%
Plus 38. Okay.
Guys, I might
100%.
have brain
Just double
damage.
checking.
Anunnaki. And I'm not alone, and I know that because I've had numerous phone calls and emails.
Masters in
from people
economics.
that
You know why? Because I double checked the work.
know that they've come from other planets. I've
Wait,
had
what?
numerous phone calls and emails from people that know that they've come from other planets. I've even met them.
Crawford is stunned by her father's confession.
My first reaction was anger. I was very angry to think that this had been done to me because of all the abilities, the things that I was able to do. My whole life, I was told I was a creep or a freak.
When the story sinks in, it unlocks a secret past that's somehow remained dormant in the young woman's mind.
Okay, but I'm sorry, like, if you're making faces like that in the camera, what are we supposed to make of this?
Her entire life has been haunted by nightmares
Well, I would like to see them test her pupils.
of alien encounters
Is this the alien that did the impregnation?
and weird lab experiments.
Yeah, like show the pupils and show her moving something.
Now she thinks she knows why. They're real memories from her childhood.
That answered all these questions about why I was having visits from beings and why I'd been taken up in ships all my life. My very first memory of an encounter with an extraterrestrial, I remember standing up in my baby bed and holding on to the bars, and I remember talking to a being, giggling and laughing.
But Cynthia isn't traumatized. Instead, she embraces her new identity and tries to find out more.
What? Have you ever in your life had eye contact as intense as she is having with that alien baby? Ever? Imagine that, dude.
She learns the secret government program is not only larger than anyone could possibly imagine.
It is
but
like a
she's
UFC
not the
fight.
only one it created.
There are extraterrestrials walking amongst
Oh
us.
yeah. I should turn that on for a second, just so you guys can get the alien experience.
We're talking about probably hundreds of thousands on this planet of extraterrestrials and hybrids.
Wait, hundreds of thousands?
Extraterrestrials
That's so many.
and hybrids.
Are Cynthia Crawford's claims far-fetched nonsense? Or could the unthinkable be true? Can humans and aliens combine? How many hybrids are out there? And what exactly is their purpose?
What? Well, hold on. What video game? What is it? What are they on?
Hybrids are out there. And what exactly is their purpose?
Are those leapfrogs?
Grandkids. Don't you just love them, huh?
What is that? That kid looks like a little bastard.
Wow, this is a remarkable story. And you know, the more I look around, the more I'm convinced that aliens indeed could live among us.
He said it. He said the words. He said the words.
And there's just one problem I don't understand. Why? I mean, if you're an alien, why?
This is like major boomer humor, though, where they're like, oh, look at my kids. They just sit on the couch and play video games and ignore everything.
Would you choose to live among a species like us? Would you go for something a little more advanced, like amoebas?
That's not nice. If those are really his grandkids, that's
Hypnotherapist
pretty mean,
Yvonne
dude.
Smith is working
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Oh.
with Cynthia Crawford for years.
I find her to be very credible and a very honest person.
Yvonne doesn't think Cynthia is the product of a secret government program. She says it's the aliens themselves who are responsible.
Cynthia fits the pattern of someone who has been abducted by alien beings. She has had strange pregnancies. She has had objects implanted in her body.
What? Do we have the object that was implanted?
But
what
about
the object?
Cynthia's memories of medical experiments and secret laboratories? They're exactly what happens, says Smith, in a real alien abduction.
When someone
he looks like a tender lover.
In a real alien abduction.
He's going into that foreplay.
When
man.
someone has an abduction experience, always what it involves is ova being taken from the women, sperm being taken from the men. It's not pleasant.
Well, I mean, usually when my sperm gets taken, I would consider that pleasant. I mean, it's not unpleasant. I mean, look, all I'm saying is, like, how bad could it be from the, like, unless they just, like, take your testicles and pull them off, you know?
It's not sexual. It's very clinical.
I mean, no, I will not stop. I promise you, at least 95% of the guys in this chat right now would go with clinical removal of their sperm, and they would be fine with that.
These alien beings have an agenda.
Even if it was an alien.
And they're carrying out that agenda. Now, ultimately, what's going to happen with these hybrids is the million-dollar question. We don't know.
No, you mean to tell me, all right, put you in a room for a week, all right? No touching yourself, and they say, all right, well, I guess it's either another week or this alien's going to come in and clinically remove your sperm. All I'm saying is most of us would probably be okay with the alien.
I just know, and I will go out on a limb now, after 20 years of research, that these hybrids do exist. They're here. It's something that I never thought I would be saying years ago.
But why would extraterrestrial beings want to create human hybrids?
It's obvious that the aliens need something from us. Otherwise, they would have terminated us a long time ago. This is a silent invasion. We don't know what the ultimate purpose is.
Did extraterrestrials abduct Cynthia and perform experiments on her? And if that's true, how did her father know so much about it?
Why was her dad so into it?
Melinda Leslie has been a UFO researcher for over 2 decades. She theorizes that Cynthia was kidnapped by a researcher for over 2 decades. She theorizes.
This is like almost like a chubby looking alien.
That Cynthia was kidnapped by both aliens and humans.
What? I like how everybody's got their own theory on Cynthia. Like everyone's like workshopping what they think happened. Do you guys like the sketch of the little alien on the side? Do you think, is this like a normal room? This looks like a shed or something, but why is it like curved?
As the victim of another.
Yeah, we finished the run, volume 1.
Known as MILAB.
MILAB is an acronym meaning military abduction, MIL for military and AB for abduction. And it refers to alien abductees who then are targeted by covert black ops, human, military and intelligence community agencies.
What? What? Oh, I want to see that Buddha in the corner. Is that a Buddha? It almost looks like it might be like an alien Buddha. Convention and Film Festival, 20th anniversary, 2011.
Top secret government program known as MILAB.
MILAB is an acronym meaning military abduction, MIL for military, and
oh, there's like a Thailand sort of statue up in the top right.
AB for abduction, and it refers to alien abductees who then are targeted by covert black ops, human, military and intelligence community agencies.
Apparently, the program targets anyone suspected of having contact with beings from other planets.
First,
then they
you get
impregnate them?
abducted by aliens, and then you get re-abducted by the government. MyLab abductions is much more common than we realize, at least in alien abduction accounts. The people who've had the alien abduction experience, and most major abduction researchers in the world, agree that that number is probably upwards of 10-15% of the world's population.
What the fuck? She's going, 1 out of every 10 people's been abducted by an alien? That'd be like, how many people? That'd be like, what, 15 people in chat?
And then it seems that...
All right, which one of you 15, tell me that it's you.
10 or 20% of those people have then had also the MyLab experience. So once someone has had alien abduction, for it to escalate into that place where there is a covert ops interest in them seems to be very common.
She says Crawford's story bears all the signs of a classic MyLab abduction.
These are all alien abductees. They've had harassment, surveillance, they've been re-abducted, they've been taken to underground bases, they've had medical procedures done on them, and have been interrogated about alien technology.
But why would the government do such a thing?
They're interested in the abductee psi abilities, meaning psychic. Does the abductee perform psychic abilities? Do they do telepathy, psychokinesis? Can they move matter with their mind? They're interested in abductees' genetics. Have they been genetically enhanced? Have they been genetically altered or affected by the ETs?
Could it be the CIA is using the program to prepare for an alien invasion of Earth?
Covert intelligence and military agencies are trying in every way they can to get all the information they can about the ETs, about their motives and agendas.
Leslie believes if the MyLab program were ever made public, it would destroy the government.
It's immoral, unconstitutional, illegal, to say the least.
Well,
These
I
are
mean, that never
humans
stopped the U.S.
mistreating
government before. I think that's, if there's one thing she's way off base about, if they came out and just laid everything out, let's pretend MyLab is real, nothing would happen. No one would care.
Is Cynthia Crawford the victim of a sinister covert intelligence program? Is she the product of an alien program to create human hybrids?
No one would be surprised. There'd be no outrage. There wouldn't even be like a protest. There wouldn't even be like a march.
We share 50% of our genes with bananas, for crying out loud.
A woman believes she's an alien-human hybrid produced in a secret government lab. Did extraterrestrials perform experiments on her? Is she the victim of a CIA covert mission? Physical anthropologist Dr. Eugenie Scott says an alien-human combination is impossible.
Why would we assume that there's any similarity in the genes of an alien and the genes of a human? And if you don't have the same genes, you can't produce offspring. You can't produce that.
Oh.
Dr. Scott thinks for hybrids to exist, aliens would have to possess DNA, the molecule that encodes the genetic blueprint for every living thing on Earth.
What?
What's the probability that the DNA of an alien would, in any way, shape, or form, line up with our DNA? The probability is zero. DNA is a chain-like molecule that's found in every cell. And among other functions, it has to do with passing on the hereditary information from generation to generation. So if you're a mosquito or a single-celled organism, a slime mold, or a human being, you've got DNA. And when mosquitoes or humans reproduce, a strand of DNA from a male and a strand of DNA from a female link up, and in that fertilized egg allow for the cells to divide and to differentiate, and a new mosquito or a new human being to be born.
Not trying Bob.
If you take a strand of human DNA and a strand of mosquito DNA, they're not going to link up. So you're not going to get a mosquito-human hybrid, or too bad for the movie The Fly, but human DNA just doesn't link up with the DNA of any other creature on this planet.
Dr. Scott also claims only species evolved from a recent common ancestor can successfully form hybrids.
So closely related species of baboons can form hybrids. Tigers and lions can form hybrids because they haven't been separated all that long. Horses and donkeys can form hybrids because they haven't been separated all that long.
This science begs a question. If different species can successfully hybrid,
what is
this
that
science
monkey?
begs a question. If different species...
He looks kind of sad.
...can successfully hybridize, what about humans? Have we ever done it? Guess what? We have.
Probably the closest relative to humans is
Neanderthal.
the extinct Neanderthals. And there's some very interesting evidence that suggests that humans and Neanderthals hybridized.
But could a hybrid have been engineered in a secret Cold War lab?
We should bring
way
back the
Cynthia Crawford
Neanderthals.
claims? If you believe Dr. Scott, it's
Like,
been
we should
tried
be able to
before
do that, right?
with our closest.
Find some
living
frozen
relative.
Neanderthals.
Russian scientists back in the 30s and 40s tried unsuccessfully to make a hybrid between a human and a chimpanzee.
No, I would just rather have
Who knows
Neanderthals.
whether such a thing could be done today? It's probably very unlikely.
But what about Cynthia's memories?
There have been a lot of studies on people who have claimed to have had encounters with aliens. The bottom line is there's never any actual evidence.
Dr. Scott thinks Cynthia's claims require extraordinary proof.
If I told you that I had a colony of invisible fairies under my bed, you'd say, "But Jeannie, where's your evidence for that?" And I'd say, "Well, look at the dust. Invisible fairies cause dust." You would probably say, "But dust can come from another cause. Maybe you don't clean your house enough."
The doctor feels there's only one sure way to determine if Cynthia's claims are true.
I think that if anybody did a DNA test on her, she would be found to have 100% human DNA.
Is Cynthia Crawford an alien hybrid? We decided to find out.
Well, let's do the DNA test.
For the first time, Cynthia has agreed to undergo a DNA analysis.
No, but wait. Earlier, didn't she say she was like human, Zeta, and some other thing?
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, fine.
Just gonna do a quick swab on you.
Well, I guess this is it for Cynthia Crawford. I mean, DNA tests don't lie, right?
What's with the slices of pizza?
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, just a tiny fragment of organic matter, they can tell everything about
Anunnaki.
what you're made of. Oh my goodness, I'm made of pepperoni.
In a few days, the results are back.
Cynthia, I'm Dr. Baird. I have the results of your DNA test. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Baird's test looked for DNA.
It's kind of an interesting office he's got in there, doesn't it?
Both of Cynthia's parents. Did he find it?
We do DNA testing. We do it all the time. It was a little bit interesting to see whether we could pick up anything that would be different.
The test comes back conclusive.
So the bottom line, Cynthia, looks like you are human based on the results that are here.
Cynthia has DNA from a normal human mother and father. But how? Did her father lie?
I'm very saddened by it because I wanted to be able to have some kind of proof.
But in this remarkable story, there's still one more twist.
Even though we could not pick up any alien DNA in your profile, doesn't mean that it's not there. It means that we don't have the systems that are available to pick it up.
For Cynthia, it's good news.
You know, you gotta give it to the doctor. Like, he didn't have to do that. But that's like really nice of him to say that. That's really nice for him to like throw her a bone. She really appreciates that.
It means there's a chance her wild claims could yet be true.
They have absolutely no way of determining alien DNA. There are no tests for alien DNA because they've never had aliens that they've been able to get DNA swabs from.
Could Cynthia have alien DNA after all? Is she the victim of a sinister alien abduction? Or was she the target of a top-secret intelligence gathering operation? Whatever the truth, this story is 100% weird.
Yes.
What?
You know, there was a time in the 90s where they made it seem as if killer bees were going to kill every last American in the country. And there was like a made-for-TV movie that involved a family like trying to find further and further shelter away from the killer bees. And I'm like, I'm next. Like, I'm just going to die. Like, I'm going to walk outside someday and the killer bees were going to kill me. 2 people a year is not that bad.
A U.S. serviceman befriends an alien colony on a secret Air Force base.
They wouldn't hesitate for a second to kill a human.
You know, if aliens are living here on Earth,
2020, I think, was Murder Hornets.
Some take on the appearance of humans, others look like animals, but there's one place on Earth that aliens can relax and be themselves. Somewhere where being totally strange and weird isn't strange and weird at all. Jackpot!
March 1965, at the height of the Cold War and the start of the conflict in Vietnam, the U.S. government is busy building the most powerful Air Force in history. One of its new recruits is 20-year-old Charles Hall.
You can do it.
Charles James Hall, Airman 2nd Class, U.S. Air Force.
Hall is assigned to Nellis Air Force Base, a vast and secret testing range in the Nevada desert located near the infamous Area 51. Hall's job is to observe weather conditions in isolated areas.
I was walking from the weather station back to my barracks at about 12:15 at night.
Yes.
There were 3 of them.
Just like standing outside? What?
I'm out by the garbage container.
He just walks away. Sorry for interrupting.
One of them was following me.
I haven't gotten any healthcare in Japan yet. Garbage shop, so I can't say.
I thought that I was sleepwalking or dreaming.
As the days go on, the sightings continue. Hall wonders if he's losing his mind.
For the first 6 months, I was in terror, and even when they were standing in front of me, I thought I was hallucinating. I'm out there alone, and I don't have any frame of reference. The fear of the unknown is far worse than being shot at or anything else.
As the encounters continue, Hall begins to accept a bizarre possibility. They're not hallucinations. They're extraterrestrials. He even gives them a nickname, the Tall Whites.
The reason I call them the Tall Whites...
You're gonna get canceled, dude.
Their skin is as white as a piece of paper.
But why are they there? The young airman soon discovers it's no accident. Not only are his Air Force superiors aware of the aliens' presence, they're hosting them in a secret underground complex.
Wait,
aware of the
is he just sitting reading a magazine? What? I like how that's the activity they give the alien. It looks like he's sitting on the toilet.
In a secret underground complex, protected and hidden from outside view.
It was a very large base because it was all tunneled into the mountain.
In return, they hope the visitors will share the secrets of their advanced technology.
I estimate that there were probably 200 Tall Whites living on the base.
Deciding to investigate further,
They gotta come up with a better name than that, man.
The Tall Whites aren't quite as friendly as they seem. Official records reveal many of his predecessors on duty at the weather station mysteriously lost their minds or were killed by the aliens.
41 airmen were sent out there before me. Many of them became so afraid of the desert and the Tall Whites that they wouldn't go out and take the weather report at all. Others were attacked, some were burned.
But why would they attack? There's a simple answer. The Tall Whites are accompanied by their children.
What?
The mothers are ruthlessly protective.
The Tall White mother wouldn't hesitate for a second to kill a human.
Hall finds a way to earn their trust.
What?
He rescues the child of an alien he calls the teacher.
What?
I was out at Range 1 one day and I saw the teacher's daughter, whose name was the Little Butterfly, trapped out in the sagebrush, and I went out and broke down the sagebrush and rescued her.
As a result, Hall is given extraordinary access to the creatures, allowing him to study them up close for the next 2 years. What he learns defies belief.
The young adults are about the same height that I am, 5'10", but they're very frail. Their nervous system runs 2.5 or 3 times faster than ours, and so when you're dealing with them, they can move suddenly or do very unexpected things way faster than a human can.
I like. Wait, hold on. There's one. Why does this one have hair? Why does this one have a wig? He looks like a fashion model or something. High cheekbones, nice blonde hair.
The tall whites had vehicles that they used.
Oh, that was the mom.
Cars to travel around the Earth and between the Earth and the Moon and the inner solar system. I'm not certain where they come from. I believe they come here from the direction of the star Arcturus, which lays out there at 36 light years, but that is not their home planet.
Wait,
what? Lays out there, come here from the solar system. I'm not certain where they come from. I believe they come here from the direction of the star Arcturus, which lays out there at 36 light years, but that is not their home planet.
What?
My guess is that their home planet is a star that is roughly 105 light years away, and that Arcturus is where they have a base. I believe they've been here for a very long time. I note that the ancient Greeks, the legends of ancient Greece that date from at least 975 BC, talk about a group of tall white gods that came here from the star Arcturus. And the men of ancient Greece said that when they were camping on the slopes of Mount Olympus in the warm summer nights, these gods would come and stand just out of range of the firelight, of the campfire light, and watch everything they were doing.
If that seems implausible, Hall's next claim borders on preposterous. But what if it's true?
They get bored sitting out on the base at Indian Springs, and
So
they
why don't
like
they
to come
leave?
into Las Vegas and see the shows and gamble and enjoy themselves.
God.
The tall whites were very good gamblers.
What the hell? What the hell? I mean, it wasn't like I believed him before. What is this?
Because their eyesight was better than those of humans. So they could look at the back of a card in the blackjack deck and always tell what the next card was.
Hall finished his military service in 1968 and never saw the tall whites again. He believes they're still living at Indian Springs.
It would surprise me if they weren't, because they had been in that mountain, in that valley, for at least 200 years.
Could this be definitive proof?
I think he sounds like he believes it, man.
Has the U.S. government been harboring extraterrestrials? Or is Hall's story simply the ravings of an eccentric? Veteran UFO reporter Paula Harris spent months investigating Hall's story.
I truly believe the credibility of this man, and I believe this story. It's truly an amazing story.
Harris obtained Hall's old Air Force psychological tests to try to determine if he might have been mentally unbalanced.
Yeah.
She made a startling discovery. Hall passed with flying colors.
It was a test on logic. So Charles Hall is very controlled, and he's very logical, and he's very credible.
I mean, I don't know that
witness.
necessarily means he couldn't have it like a
Harris
psychotic
also learned that
episode.
after his military service, Hall completed 2 master's degrees and worked as a nuclear physicist before going public with his stories of tall.
Well, hold on.
and
He's got an MA in physics. I'm not saying that's not any good, but shouldn't it be like a master's of science in physics? What even's the difference between an MA and an MS in physics? California State University? MA is a drop. Was he going for his like master's program, his PhD? California State University. Give me 1 second. And where is it? San Diego? I don't know. There's a San Diego State University. I don't know that there's even... Well, I'm not saying it's not real, but...
Before going public with his stories of tall whites. Could someone that educated simply be making it up.
I mean, not all masters
She
are
thinks
dropouts.
Hall's
Like,
account
I
is simply
signed up
too
to get a
thorough
master's.
and meticulous.
I didn't want to get a PhD.
Charles goes into detail about how these people live, about their lifestyle. I can tell when someone is telling the truth, and I believe Charles Hall's story. He tells it very clearly, concisely, and he also remembers details. The man is incredible with details. He lived this, he knows about this case, and it's been part of his life.
Could Charles Hall's fantastical claims be
Masters
true?
in physics is
Are
useless?
aliens using Earth as a second home?
You teach physics.
Or is there another answer?
I've had lots of schizophrenia patients talk about how they lived with aliens.
A man claims to have lived
She's
with
just
a
coming
colony
out
of
and saying
aliens on a U.S. Air Force base. Does his military background make his story credible? Psychotherapist Kimberly Moffat doesn't think so. She isn't shocked by Hall's stories of living with aliens. She's heard them before, from her own patients.
I've had lots of schizophrenia patients talk about how they lived with aliens, and in the mental health field, this is very common.
Moffat feels such visions could be a symptom of a rare condition known as grandiose delusion disorder.
Grandiose delusional disorder is the type of delusion that happens when people think that they're kind of the strongest, fastest, and most intelligent person alive.
That's me.
In
That
some
is me.
cases, the delusions actually have like a supernatural or religious or science fiction type quality.
According to Moffat, one
And ain't
symptom
champion.
of
You can't make it up, though.
is the subject has no idea they're delusional. And are all
Wait,
more
wait, what? Wait, hold on.
ED is the subject has no idea they're delusional.
I'm not delusional.
And are all the more believable because of it.
The way that I would explain the consistency of Charles Hall's
I
story
love that
is
couch.
that he really does remember this.
All right. I don't want to be a big creep, but I mean, she's got some banging leggings. Like those stockings, I mean, that is like 10 out of 10. I'm sorry. I should be better. I'm not going to say anything more.
As if it were facts happening. So in any person that's experiencing a hallucination or delusion, it is very real to them.
Stop.
I can't emphasize that enough. What he experienced, it
I was
may not
looking
be
at the
real to any of
subtitles and
us,
I
but
noticed
in his
them.
own mind could have been very real and very detail-oriented, almost as if it were a dream. So you and I have dreams every night, and we might wake up and feel a certain way and remember vividly what happened. And this is the same way that somebody with a mental health disorder might remember a hallucination. With someone with this type of delusional disorder, it isn't a malicious act. He really does feel like this happened to him, and he wants to tell his story.
The
But
2018
whose
North
memory
American
are
Championship never happened.
What caused it? Moffat feels it was the very thing that brought him to Indian Springs in the first place. Military service.
We know that he did fight in Vietnam, and a lot of times when war survivors come back, they're incredibly traumatized. Sometimes that can be something that lasts for the rest of their life, and can even push them into having other mental
My
health
couch is
issues.
as nice as this
With
one.
something like
I don't have a
schizophrenia,
nice as a leather
There is a
couch.
genetic component. That part has been proven. So if you do have a family member or somebody who's been in your ancestry that has schizophrenia, then there's a chance that you could have it too. But people also, it's kind of like a light switch going on
I
and
definitely
off.
have Capcom
And
stock.
a lot of times we find that schizophrenia sufferers have their first experience when they're under an extreme amount of stress. So it could be fighting in a war, going through a traumatic experience, or even, being in music school or writing exams in law school, that type of thing. When people are really, really stressed to the max, we find that that's when they have their first episodes. So that is definitely something that could trigger the onset of a delusional disorder.
Could psychological trauma be the root of Charles Hall's memories? Did military service make him retreat into a fantasy world? Do tall whites exist only in his mind? Conspiracy expert Patrick
He said there was 200 of them.
But not for the reason you might think.
What?
He thinks Charles Hall was the victim of a secret government mind control program known as Project MKUltra. It attempted to discover if LSD and other drugs could be used as weapons.
The CIA and the government were trying to find a virtual truth serum. They were performing all kinds of weird and bizarre experiments on these individuals to basically see how they could get them to confess military secrets. They were basically recruiting unwitting patients Individuals were going into hospitals for anxiety, depression disorders, and for months they were just experimented on unknowingly and unwittingly. The victims of the MKUltra project were generally subjected to various forms of torture and abuse. They were trying to break down the will of the individual and remove the personality completely so that they can program them in whichever way they saw fit. So people were administered amphetamines where they would be completely jacked up for periods of time, and then they would be administered barbiturates through an IV where they would be completely brought down. People were administered LSD and were forced to listen to repetitive audio loops over hours at a time. People were put into drug-induced comas. Basically, anything that could be done to break the will of an individual, it was tried.
Did MKUltra implant false stories into Hall's brain?
They could have programmed him to think he was a platypus, and he would have believed it. They could have...
That's a bold claim.
Totally programmed him to think, wow, I've interacted, worked, lived, and mingled with alien beings.
Was Charles Hall the victim of secret government mind control experiments? Is he suffering from a delusional psychological disorder? Or did he really live among aliens at a U.S. Air Force base? Weird. Or what?
I should go to the mind control bar. I'll come out a platypus.
So there we have it. Stories of real-life ETs who may be our friends and neighbors. In Mexico, a strange and unidentifiable creature is found.
I love that creature, man.
Could it be a visitor from another world? In Phoenix, a woman claims to be a human-alien hybrid. Does she represent?
I love the
transplanetary species?
The flow of this show. They give you the story, they give you the science for, and then they give you the science
living
against.
on a remote Air Force base. Is the U.S. government covering up its contact living on a remote Air Force base?
Yo, I love the one on the right.
Is the U.S. government covering up its
yesterday's was just like almost like nonsense, dude.
Are these stories
Yesterday's is just some dude like rambling like a lunatic.
Can we dismiss those who claim these things are true? You decide.
Join me next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be...
All right, I got more. They got more than this one. All right, let me see which ones I have. That one, and that one's gonna be like the best. We can do crime. We've got inside maximum security prisons. You enjoyed it? Oh, it was great. Basil Boy. We have
Do you know what we're watching? But this is good.
alien
news.
crash at Roswell. Do I believe in Bigfoot? Like what type of Bigfoot? Witch hunts in Salem, Roswell, or prison? What do you guys want to see? I got the one poorest region of America, Appalachia. I don't have any Bigfoot ones. We want to keep going. We want to keep going with the aliens. I think poorest region one is good. It looks good. I've been there. I did community service at in an Appalachian. It wasn't like a trailer park, but a guy had a trailer. Aliens are, we'll keep riding aliens. We'll ride them a little bit longer. I like the music in this one, like a lot.
For many, the Roswell UFO crash is simply a story. For others, it's a belief in something larger.
Yeah,
than
the
ourselves.
resolution isn't super high in this
However,
one.
for
It's
one
720p.
family, it is a fact.
Sorrow, hello, good
A
evening.
legacy
Or
handed
good
down
afternoon.
through 3 generations, told with verity and certitude. The story of Jesse Marcel Sr.
Nano Diver stream portrayal? This is like double. Whoa! Hold on. I want to see those effects again. What was that? What is that supposed to be? It doesn't look like a UFO. You know what it looks like? I know what that is. Hold on. Give me 1 second. You guys see it? I think it's supposed to be like this. Like the Space Invader things? No? I think it is. Screw you. I love it, dude. Scotland. It says Scotland.
Philip Coppens, historian and author
This guy again?
of the ancient alien question, set out on a quest to discover the reality
Oh no.
of Roswell by visiting the one true source, the family of Jesse Marcel.
We're not gonna watch the whole thing, guys.
The UFO phenomenon began on June 24th, 1947, when Kenneth Arnold saw 9
We might
flying
skip
objects
some of
over
this
Appalachia
one.
in Washington State. Ever since, we have known the term UFOs, unidentified flying objects. But what if a few days later, in early July of 1947, an object crashed in Roswell, New Mexico, and the answer as to what the unidentified
I mean, it's too long to
became
listen to the whole
reality?
thing from this guy. If it was 20
What if,
minutes, it wouldn't
in
be a
Roswell,
problem.
in
But
1947,
this is the whole
extraterrestrial beings crash landed on planet Earth, and the government has known about it ever since.
All right, hold on. I see. All right, we're gonna skip to here.
Violet in color, and my grandfather at that point remarked that you guys are probably the first ones to ever see this alien language in history. Nobody's ever seen this before, and that's always been an interesting part of the story. And you couldn't see them on.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the
so
witches. We're gonna see the cool graphics of the
it hasn't
ship
been said, but
crashing,
from what
and then we're gonna watch the
almost
witches
like
one because I can't do another hour of this
They
guy
mention only once you angle them at a certain degree.
unless he doesn't show up
Crescent
again.
moons, dashes, dots, that sort of thing. And it
William Shatner really elevated the last one.
appearance.
There was a lot of rather thick foil-like material, kind of not a shiny aluminum, but burnished or a.
Why has he got a
slate
name
gray
tag
type
on?
of aluminum metal. There was black plastic type debris like bakelite, which was shattered. It was very brittle material. And then there were fragments of what appeared to be I-beams, relatively small, but the typical I-beam type configuration.
So 1947 could have been the dawn of a new age.
Oh God.
To some extent, it
He was wearing the
It
same
was
shirt in the
age
last video.
when
Do you think he do you think that's like his favorite shirt? And like he always wants to wear it whenever he's gonna be on camera. He's like, this shirt's so cool.
It began. But the UFO phenomenon is a question mark. And 1947 could have been an answer.
There's like
Just
there's
after
like
the Second
something
World
coming
War,
up
we
that
could
looks
have been
interesting, and then we're gonna
that
stop
after
it.
all the horrors of the Second World War, the millions of people who died, that actually we were not alone in the universe. That this
Yeah, I like-
path
maybe he's
which
got a
we walked
full
on isn't
closet.
just ours, but one which is walked by various other species. And some of these species come to planet Earth. That there is definitive proof we are not alone. Imagine for a brief moment in time what that world would look like. But instead what we've had is 60 more years of question marks, of cover-ups, of denials and crazy stories told sometimes by the government and sometimes by people who just want to become part of the Roswell story. But so far, we still have a question. And what Jesse Marcel and his entire family have always known is that it is not about questions. They know that there are answers. They have seen it, they are absolutely convinced because they know.
How many
And
other
so when they
countries
tell
have
you
people in it that
they
are
know,
like, yeah, I see
we should
aliens?
Take it for value. We should take
It feels like it's
as
a
if
really, like, almost like an
the
American
truth
thing.
of Roswell is that something happened in 1947, in the early days of July. Something crashed just north of Roswell and broke into 2 pieces. Jesse Marcel found one piece and took it home with him, showed it to his family.
And he's so proud of it.
A few days later, when that material was all cleared off, they found the second crash site.
Oh God,
containing
they're all passed out. I like how the UFO exploded and the alien just like got exploded out of it as well.
victims of the wreck.
Hilarious.
And at that moment in time, our world changed.
Okay. Yeah, we're not. I can't. This guy's no good. I'm sorry. I should have vetted it. I should have vetted it first, and I didn't. I just downloaded it. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. We're gonna do the witch hunt. We'll do
Love you the Bible?
1692. A merciless witch hunt in the New World.
She must be under some evil hand.
A community of pious Puritans in New England believed the devil was among them.
Tell me, who does come into my house?
That's a ghost. Here, in this house.
Order! Why do you hurt these children?
I have not hurt them. Did you bring a black man with you today? I'm an innocent person.
This is not about aliens. This is about witches. Mom went to Salem last week. I've been before, but man, it gets crazy up there, dude.
Anyone.
Don't go in
everyone
September or
among them
October.
Might be a witch and Satan's willing helper. There was no stopping the religious madness. It was to cost many lives and leave the community in Salem riddled with guilt.
Cannot one of you look me in the eye?
No, Salem is it.
It was a major fall from grace at the very beginning of American history. And to this day, many questions.
Which persecution
have
a
gone
Christian thing?
unanswered.
Oh, absolutely, dude. It was totally Puritans going nuts, dude. Puritans being the Christian religious minority in England that people got so annoyed with, they're like, get out, get out of the country.
These girls are the grandchildren of
Friend
the
who lives in
Pilgrim
Salem, that's got to
Fathers,
be kind of annoying.
who in the first half of the 17th century set sail from England and Holland for the east coast of America. Free of persecution, they wanted to live out their ideal of a devout Christian community.
The dogs delight to bark and bite, for God hath made them so. Let bears and lions growl and fight, for 'tis their nature too. But children, you should never let such angry passions rise. The little hands were never made to tear each other's eyes.
Ooh!
Samuel Parris' daughters and nieces were among them. Parris was the leading minister in Salem, New England. What would today be considered an innocent game by children was a shameful lapse for these strictly devout Puritans. All people are deeply sinful, even the children, and forever tempted by the devil.
He looks pissed, man.
It has everything to do with us.
You were playing?
You know, we still live in a moment where we are afraid of people we don't understand. And I think that's one reason why it's important to keep talking about Salem, why it's important that we don't let it be consigned to the past.
There's probably a theory for every day of the year as to what happened because of that, because people have been wondering for over 300 years what happened.
It's not fun and games. It's not trick-or-treat and Halloween, which is all very well by itself, but it's a serious lesson to learn from it.
Salem is on the edge of the English Crown Colony. It is threatened to the north by the French, who have Native American tribes on their side.
Oh, I would be burned
Together,
instantly.
they attack the outlying settlement.
I wouldn't even need to do anything weird. They'd be like, this guy is a
survivors
witch.
Flee southwards to Salem. In the eyes of the devout Puritans, the French and the Native Americans are one and the same, the boogeyman, the devil incarnate.
Wait. The French?
Who lurks in the woods.
The French are lurking in the woods.
Imagine that we live in that world and we know that there are evil forces out there and that they look to harm us.
The French are evil forces?
Say for sure who they are, who the bad guys are.
All things foreign, all things unknown spell danger. There is no safety or security.
She's ready to stab someone.
Attacks. We have refugees. We have incidences of witchcraft already taking place.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Where's like the witchcraft colonies?
And the general sense amongst Puritans is simply, when bad things happen, like these things, they don't happen with no reason. There is always a reason why bad things happen.
Ultimately, everything that happened, you know, your dog dies, your cow gets sick, your child is sick, your house burns down, you're suddenly in pain.
Well, that's pretty terrible if your house burns down.
All these things have to have some meaning connected to something much bigger than you, God, or possibly Satan.
Certain that they were sinful down to their very depths, each person had to be immensely strict with themselves, or so the Puritans believed. Salvation would only come to the pure, who took biblical doctrine as their guideline in life, to lead a diligent, simple, and morally pure life.
Yo, how badass would you have to be in like a town full of Puritans and be like, you know what? I'm going to do some witchcraft. You know what I mean?
That was the duty of every
like, that's
member
badass,
of the Salem
man.
community.
It's about the Salem witch trials.
They talked about religion all the time in the context of everyday life. Every turn of the weather, every interaction is informed by a religious understanding. So I think today we use religion as a category of discourse that is unto itself, whereas at that moment, religion informed every analysis of how the world worked.
And the Bible provided the instructions. It was tough being a child in this small and narrow-minded world. The excitement of the forbidden. Who would not gladly cast a glance into the future, even if the minister condemned such practices?
What is she doing?
As the work of the devil.
What are they doing?
They produced what was called at the time an English form of folk magic called a Venus glass.
What?
They would fill a glass with water, and then they would suspend in the water an egg white.
To see what their future husbands would be, what they'd be doing for a living, because that would affect a woman's role in life.
I've never heard of this before. This is interesting.
There's something like that.
These girls knew that telling the future was not something that good Christian girls were expected to do, especially in the home of a Puritan minister. that was something that was forbidden.
That's badass,
And
dude.
as
I didn't know.
a result
I've
of
never
that,
heard this detail
things
before.
start to devolve.
Like, I think most people that went to school in the U.S. have probably been exposed to the Arthur Miller play, The Crucible. And The Crucible is about the Salem witch trials. It's also about communism. But in The Crucible, they're like in the woods and there's like someone that's like a housekeeper from like the Dominican Republic or something like that. And they're, playing and dancing, maybe naked. I can't remember. They're having too much fun out in the woods, and like that's it. And then it goes from there. I didn't know that like it was based off of an actual like little egg trick. I guess it's not as salacious as like doing strange stuff in the woods.
The New England Puritans' entire lives amounted to one prolonged religious service. It was religion that structured communal life. Joy and any sensory pleasure was considered satanic temptation.
Ooh.
So there's no absolution in the Puritan system and no system of confession. And what this does is to make it an internal process. It's inside you. This is what the minister is saying in his sermons. Look inside yourself, and you're going to find unrepented sin.
Oh my God.
That's the downside of the Puritan system. So much emphasis on sin, so much emphasis on understanding, looking inside yourself, but no real outlet for all the turmoil that creates, that causes.
So I did go to church pretty regularly when I was in middle school and high school. And it was Congregationalist, but I do believe at one point it traced back pretty closely to the Puritans. But it wasn't like that at all. It wasn't like you are filled with like absolute irredeemable sin. So something changed at some point.
Everybody had to answer personally and directly to God.
It almost feels more like Lutheranism.
They were left alone with whatever tormented them.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Repressed passions, anything ugly or dirty, came under the same injunction.
For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory,
forever and ever. Amen.
Had God forsaken Salem?
Something, don't let it throw into the fire!
Oh Lord,
oh
take
Jesus!
Satan from this child. Do not.
What do you see?
Child, stop thy mouth. Stop thy mouth.
A timeline of the Salem witchcraft trials must begin in very early 1692. That's really where things begin to get out of hand.
Things are getting a little out of hand.
In Paris's home begin to act strangely.
Uh-oh.
I cannot hold her. Where? Do you see it? Do you see it?
God is angry and Satan is coming and he's going to destroy us. And these little girls are terrified. And under the circumstances, I think they probably converted their mental anguish gets converted to physical symptoms. And this is not fakery.
What do you see?
It's probably pretty stressful for the kids, huh?
God! Or the woman. No!
They're very often called the afflicted children or the afflicted girls.
Afflicted?
And the word
No!
afflicted
That
means
is
that
hell.
They were experiencing the oppression, the presence.
There is oppression
of
in the
evil
affliction.
Forces. They did not want to listen to prayers being said. They did not want to listen to the Bible being read. They were acting in such an aberrant way that Reverend Paris, as you would expect, brought in the local physician, I believe it was Dr. William Griggs, and asked him to see if these girls had some type of malady. Were they sick? Was there something physically wrong with them?
They're tired of Monster Hunter Rise title updates. I mean, I'm sure it was incredibly stressful for anyone.
They couldn't make sense of it medically. This was in the 17th century, and I don't know of any 20th century, 21st century interpretation that cuts any ice at all.
Cuts any ice? What? Is he saying that witches are real?
In the 1970s, there was a popular theory that people bring up to me all the time still, which was about ergotism. This suggested that the Salem witch trials could be explained away by the fact that all the afflicted little girls had eaten moldy rye bread and were hallucinating.
And that took off because it was a natural form of LSD, and LSD was a new thing in the news then. The thing is, the month after the article came out, it was rebutted in the same journal by 2 other scientists who pointed out that convulsions can be caused by the ergot poisoning.
It sounds wonderful, but it doesn't work on so many ways.
Oh.
It's like medicine today, you know, just take a pill and I'll feel better. People like that kind of solution. It doesn't work for Salem. Is
It
it
just
possible
seems like
that
they
one or
just
two people had
mental
some of those kinds of
stress.
symptoms? Yes, but that doesn't explain why you have, you know,
And, like, mass
dozens of people
hysteria?
accusing people of being witches throughout the
Right?
region. You know, so you know, there is no single explanation.
I don't
I'm
remember
afraid to say.
hearing the
It's more
mold thing
complicated than
when
that.
I went to school, but because everyone would be getting high in the old rye bread.
Nothing wrong with her that any medicine I provide could cure. Indeed, she must be under some evil hand.
Uh-oh.
For all this pain.
Uh-oh.
For all this affliction.
The really sad thing to me in Salem is that there were so many sort of like... The really sad thing to me in Salem is that there were so...
This is me looking at Twitch chat whenever somebody calls me bald. And I start evaluating what needs to be done. Oh, really? How much do I like you?
So many sort of like tipping points where things changed with so many people. Suppose if Reverend Paris had decided that, no, I'm not sure the doctor's right. I don't think these girls are afflicted. I think they just have some other illness, right? So when Reverend Paris
I'm treated in bald chat. I'm not bald right now. I need to get my hair cut
I
very
actually
badly.
feel quite sorry for her, because imagine what it's like to be an 11-year-old girl who is working all the time, and then for the first time in your life, all these big...
You would get a temporary
you've had
timeout
to
CMTL.
obey.
You'd be okay.
They're all paying attention to you now.
Here you have this great inversion in Salem.
Yeah.
Where these young girls who were at the margins of society normally have taken center stage.
It's almost like YouTube content creators. These girls have like the Puritan form of TikTok. Just pretend to be a witch.
White magic was supposed to counteract the devil's designs. A neighbor of Reverend Paris persuaded his house slave Tituba to bake a magic cake. The most important ingredient, the girl's urine.
Oh, ew! Ew! Gross! What the fuck? Ew, she's pouring it in, man.
Born in Barbados, was probably of Carib Indian heritage. She was enslaved in Paris's household, and she would have been at the bottom
piss cake.
of that community hierarchy at that time.
No, no.
If a dog eats the magic cake, then the witches will scream in pain and thus betray themselves.
What?
Or so people believed. But
They're feeding the dog the piss cake? And he's slurping it up? No!
magic did not work.
It's certainly embarrassing for the minister's household to be attacked by witches, devils, whatever. I mean, you don't want to jump into that.
What does happen in my house whilst I am away?
I don't know.
Do not lie to me,
Did you
child.
pee in the cake?
Who is it that torments you?
I am no liar. The devil is the king of lies.
Then tell us who it is that is coming to ya. Who is it that pinches ya?
I don't know.
Don't
Love you,
marry
the
women.
Bible?
Pee in my mouth instead.
Love you, your prayer. Then what afflicts thee? Who does come into my house and frighten thee? Which apparition comes to you in the night? Tell me the name, child. Tell me!
Tituba.
Uh-oh. And she made the piss cake, and now they're
Exactly
tattling
what was
on
going
her.
through Betty's mind when she named Tituba, I don't know. But the parents, Reverend Paris, certainly didn't want that going on in his house. So he suspects her too.
Tituba's kitchen was a popular meeting place for the girls. The slave woman has
Uh-oh.
many stories to tell.
Last night, while I was sleeping, I heard the same dreadful voice. Oh boy, come away, come away. And I woke up when I was looking for the voice.
I'm going to make a pea cake. I'll be right back.
Nobody was there.
We know very little about Tituba except what happened during the witchcraft. If it weren't for the witchcraft events, she would have just fallen through the cracks of history and we would never have known even her name.
Well, one thing we do know is that they considered Tituba as a confidant and as a source of constant entertainment. I think she was a very important character in the role of the children's lives at home. They spent a good deal of time with Tituba and developed a close relationship with Tituba.
That's a ghost. It's a ghost. We have a ghost among us here in this house. Sent by the devil.
The fact that Tituba was the first accused is likely due to her lack of power within the household. The fact that she was there, and the fact that she wasn't going to be in a position to defend herself.
Tituba gets thrown into jail. But this does not stop the witchcraft. The visitations by the devil persist.
At night, she comes to me and
Look, and I'm not bragging or anything,
bites me.
but I did drink
She tells me that she will
2 liters of green
hurt
tea
me
today.
most dreadfully
It's
if
disappeared.
I don't sign her book.
Yeah, they're going up.
There's
They're
a
ruining Tituba.
black man who
It was good.
whispers in her ear.
Oh, they're getting kind of racist.
Tituba, when pressed, when questioned, says, "The devil came to me.
Oh boy!
And bid me serve him."
Oh no!
They say, how many witches are there?
Why
And
would
said,
she
"I saw
say that?
9
0 grams of
names
sugar
in Satan's book.
That means
There was
more people
there was
out
no
there.
sweetener.
Who are they? And people start wondering, what other neighbor might be a witch? Who else is involved?
Yeah, that was a Tituba got. I mean, Tituba, I'm sure was under a lot of stress, but she really screwed over everyone.
What do you think about that? I don't know. There could be witches. They say that there's these witches in Salem. I don't believe it. Does she have a familiar too?
Does she have a familiar? Am I a witch?
problem with-
Is Maldy my familiar?
Salem Village is it is a town that is torn. It is a town at odds with itself. There are groups of people.
I don't blame Tituba
on
either, but
two different sides of the community, basically at war with themselves.
Well, imagine if you switch
I do
the
not
word
feed
witch
Maldy piss cake.
and terrorist. And I think you understand a bit the lesson of Salem, that in
By
fact...
Gil Curo?
we
I don't need
really
anything
know,
fancy, man.
Who the evil people are. And it's very hard for us to determine that today. They're very real. Witches were real in 1692. They could harm people. Just like today,
What?
terrorists are very real, but we're never quite
Oh.
sure who they are. They could be anybody. You know, it could be a neighbor or a relative who's a witch or is a terrorist.
Have you ought to spare today for someone who needs it?
I'm sorry, Goody, I got nothing for you today.
Not at all, just a little.
I'm sorry, I got to feed my own children, you know.
You're a wicked woman, you know that?
Goody. So mean.
I think it's hard to be an outsider in any culture and at any moment in time, but it's pretty hard to be an outsider in 17th century Massachusetts.
There's no designed place for the outsider. There's the church. The outsiders are not really in the church, except accidentally. They're not part of the family structure. They're not part of the people you look for marriage partners with if you're, a good, solid person. But they are part of the legal system in the bad sense, in the sense of being troublemakers in the village.
Is Goody one of them? Goody's not going to get a lot of friends going around cussing people out.
Someone like Sarah Good came to my door. Perhaps I send her away. And going away, she's resentful and she's angry. And she says, "You're going to regret not giving me anything to eat today." And an hour later, my toddler is scalded with boiling water.
Ooh.
Very common injury for women and children at this time period, and a potentially fatal one. Later on, if she is accused as a witch, I will see that correlation, those correlated events, as causal. I haven't lived through the scientific revolution yet. I won't know that correlation and causation are different. I will see that as an example of a threat followed by maleficium.
Wow. The shade,
When
man.
it begins, the outsiders are very, very vulnerable, extremely vulnerable to being accused of. That category of outsider mutates, just like that, into the category of witch.
What people thought a witch was somebody who was acting purposefully with the devil.
But not only people on the margins of society can be suspect. Satan is abysmally evil, a clever and ingenious seducer who seeks to bring about the downfall of the pious.
Hell yeah.
Could it be that his disciples have adopted as their disguise the semblance of great righteousness? That was the bizarre logic of the time. The circle of those under suspicion grows. Even reputable members of the community now get suspected.
Is that the doctor?
Distrust, fear, and hatred do the rounds. The devil can be happy, that's for sure.
The most important thing, however, happened when a covenant member of the church was accused of witchcraft.
And Rebecca Nurse is a full member of the Salem Town Church. She's got a good reputation. She has a very supportive family, but she's accused too.
I love these houses, man.
There being complaint this day made against Rebecca Nurse, the wife of Francis Nurse of Salem Village, for vehement suspicion of sundry acts of witchcraft.
I never did no witchcraft in my life.
Having done much hurt and injury to the bodies of Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, you are therefore, in their majesties' names, required to apprehend and bring before us Rebecca Nurse.
The audio mixing is crazy, dude.
Eternal Father, that I'm innocent. God will clear my innocency.
Go and get your belongings. Quickly now.
There's not much in there. Just don't leave your room.
Everyone's very surprised when she's accused, and actually there's a list of people who sign their names saying that they know Rebecca Nurse's character and that this cannot possibly be correct, but it's not.
Wait, Dean, is that true?
Rebecca Nurse is not allowed much
Who are the
in her jail cell.
fate summons
A
from
Bible
Salem?
To give her consolation. It is a tough test for this devout woman, yet she hopes to endure the animosity by remaining strong in her faith.
Oh, the girl is? Is she a good summon? What's her, class or whatever?
Come along, goody nurse. Come along. Up you go.
Anyone can be a witch, and you don't
Eldritch
have to
horror,
look like
holy
or
crap.
act like a witch to be one. You can be secretive in your beliefs on witchcraft. And this really opened up the floodgates so that in April
It's not a common
and then
one,
in
right?
May, more and more people were being examined, thrown in jail.
Good day. Do you have the furl for my husband?
Hey, good wife, I do here.
Oh, lovely.
Check that handle. It's good.
Very good. Have you heard the rumor?
What rumor be that?
They're saying she bewitched her first husband to death.
Ooh.
I have heard that. And I have something to say to it. This same woman came to my house about, a month and a half ago. She had a bit of a spat with my wife. And a week later, our best milking cow died.
You don't say. 'Tis a pity.
Something triggers this feeling of guilt inside people, this feeling of unresolved sin.
And it's easy
And
to
what's the
blame
first thing
someone
you
when
do
your
is
milking
you
cow
project it
dies.
onto somebody else. That's a psychological act. You project it onto somebody else. Not my sin. It's not my responsibility. It's somebody else's responsibility. And that leads you to the figure in the village or in the town that you name the witch.
I think it was witchcraft.
God help us.
God help us is right.
Well, thank you for this, sir. Good day.
You can only convict people of witchcraft on one of two types of evidence. One is a direct confession.
All right, 100%. If there was a witch trial going on and I kissed the goat and then the goat died the next day, I would be done. I would be done. That's just it. I mean, you kiss the goat, it gets bit to death by dogs. Somebody might even said they saw me biting the goat. I would be done.
Two is two eyewitnesses.
I did not bite the
who
goat.
can testify that they have seen this person commit an act of black magic.
I have not
Now, since
bitten
you
the
and
goat.
I know that black magic isn't real, it's hard to find two people to confess to that. So instead, they'll sort of bring all together this sort of pile of lesser evidence, and the sentiment is so real in Salem in 1692.
Demon incarnate,
People
I
know
just beat
from
a
things that are
Satan.
going on in the colony that witchcraft is real and Satan is loose, and they are willing to accept this lesser evidence as proof that these people are witches.
For the accused, there was more at stake in such a witch trial than their position in the community and their standing. Statements by witnesses decided over life and death.
Basically, what they were giving in the way of testimony was called spectral evidence. Spectral evidence is evidence that is given about an affliction that you are experiencing, but from a force that no one can see. And in fact, sometimes only the individual who is being afflicted actually
I'm being
claims
spectrally
to
afflicted
see
by
the
Twitch chat.
individual or the spirit that is harming them.
That's my problem right now. They made me bald. Ooh. Ooh.
If they hadn't used spectral evidence, and spectral evidence, the idea that the witch has a specter which it can send out and do mischief for it, and the thing that was afflicting the children, and the children would say the specter of this person or that person is choking them right now. No one else can see it, only the children can. If the Chief Justice, William Stoughton, had said, I'm not going to accept that evidence because two people cannot confirm it. It's only something that an accuser says. That would have ripped the guts out of the witchcraft accusations.
Nah,
The
he allowed
Salem
it, though.
episode was not carefully handled.
Yeah, clearly
and I have
not.
to say that procedurally, there were some things done which compromised the real sense of fairness and the sense of justice being carried on here. It became a form of entertainment.
Oh!
What evil spirit have you familiarity with?
None.
It almost reminds you a little bit, like Twitter will do it, right? Like they'll take down someone, maybe with some evidence, and then like, all right, who are we gonna get next? Who's the next one we're gonna take down?
What contract have you made with the devil?
I never saw the devil in my life.
Why do you hurt these children?
I have not hurt them.
Did you bring a black man with you today?
I'm an innocent person.
Who do you employ to hurt these children?
I employ nobody.
Did you not bid me tempt God and die?
Child, no, never.
They say it is your specter that comes to them, torments them, tempts them to write in the book. What book do you tempt them with?
There is no book. I'm clear.
Have you written the book yourself?
No.
If not, tell me how far you have gone in this. Have you not to do with familiar spirits?
He's getting a little power boner.
What they did...
It is cancel culture,
was
man.
They had these pre-trial examinations public. They invited anyone who wanted to come and observe to come and observe.
The magistrates would have the testimony taken down and then determine whether or not they would keep the person. Sometimes they would do little tests. All right, if you're innocent, recite the Lord's Prayer. And whereas most people know it by rote, if you really think about it, you're going to make a mistake.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day
Our daily bread. Come on, it's an easy one. Oh,
give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Yeah, she did pretty good.
Why were you caused to forget our daily bread?
I am but
The
an old
sacrament
woman.
of daily bread.
And I am afeared. I'm afeared of this proceeding.
We shall ask that you be removed and searched again as well for unnatural excrescences
No,
of flesh upon your body that shall go
How
far.
dare you practice
showing that you are in league
ketogenic
with the
dieting?
devil.
They were determined to clean up this mess, to use a contemporary expression. They were going to clean this mess
We're going
up.
to eat this piss cake.
And as soon as they made the decision to believe the young girls were credible witnesses.
Oh, yeah, the girls were having a great
All
time.
things that it's not my doing.
Look to her.
When she invoked God's name.
Goody, is this your doing? Who torments you? What torments you?
Was it the man in black?
No, it was she. Her. The black dog sees me, dragged me through the fire.
She's a
She
church
sent it
member.
to you.
You have a familiar.
Is it her I familiar? saw
Are you
her in the
familiar?
before. No.
This woman, constable,
You
this
church
woman
member.
sees this
Are you
woman here.
certain?
Hold on.
The girls who were afflicted were so real in their accusations and in their fits that many family members would
She
go,
get a powdered
well,
wig?
you must be guilty because these children say you are. They've seen you do these things,
God.
and look what's happening
That's
to
crazy,
them.
man.
So every institution had failed them.
What really made the Salem witchcraft trials outrageous and terribly harmful was the willingness on the part of the court to accept testimony that was very flimsy and to put the lives of human beings.
They just believed everything those kids
risk
said, man. When you think about it, that's
accepting
insane.
that flimsy testimony.
Ultimately, of course, it's the authorities, the judges in the witch hunting trial.
He's a little
who
Biden-like,
betrayed
isn't he?
The society, because they refused to listen to the voice of reason of any kind.
We must command that this woman be removed and searched for witches' marks on her body. Constable, midwife.
Can we take her now?
Constable, please remove her.
The power lies with men who are magistrates, men who are theologians, and the power becomes enacted mostly on women's bodies. So there's a strange triangulation of power, in which it is women's bodies. There are men who are accused and killed at Salem as well, but most of the men who are accused at Salem are accused because they are married to a woman who's also accused.
Oof. We're gonna search your body for a demonic mark. You got any funny looking birthmarks? We're gonna look at them.
Women would be examined by a committee of women for any marks or blemishes called a witch's mark or a witch's teat. And the belief was that if you were a witch and it...
Okay, I've talked about it before. I don't want to talk about it again. Yeah, I got a third nipple. Huh? What are you gonna do? Call me a witch? No.
Given your...
That's not a witch tit.
Sold to Satan. Satan would exchange to his newly converted witch a demon, a demonic being.
I'm not a demonic being.
In the form of what they called a familiar.
Today, if I go dressed as a witch for Halloween and I'm wearing a black pointy hat and I have a broom, I have a little cat with me, that popular culture representation of the black cat derives from the assumption of the spirit familiar that witches had.
You know, we're seeing at the muscle bar. It's not like a full nipple. All right, it's the tissue.
Stain this familiar on their blood. And the place where the blood was drawn out of the witch's body was this so-called witch's mark.
There's a very gendered representation of how witches work, an inversion of maternal.
You're my goblin familiar. Get you going around farting on everything.
Should we prick any of them with the needle to see if they bleed?
Nothing at all?
No. Nothing.
She did not seem to feel any pain.
No.
Pins were used, and they would pierce these protuberances of the skin to see if they were natural or unnatural. If no pain was felt or if no blood was drawn, that was considered not natural. It was unnatural.
They were trapped in the morass of different kinds of evidence and unable to sort out.
I mean, you'd have to really stab people with a needle to draw blood, right?
Different kinds of evidence at all. They pleaded, they put huge pressure on people to confess.
And they began the trials in early June. And at the same time the trials were taking place, you still had more people accused of witchcraft. It had become really a wildfire.
The devil hath been raised in Salem village.
Yeah, it's very important to point out that the court that Phipps established as the Court of Oyer and Terminer is a civil court, and they are prosecuting
even if they drew blood, they can be like, it didn't hurt.
Code of the colony.
The first convictions are made swiftly.
She could be most valuable.
Have you a will to engage with the devil?
No. Massachusetts does not have a religious court. They are prosecuted not under religious laws. So in this sense, these are different than most of the witchcraft cases that take place in the continent of Europe, where there are religious tribunals and religious courts. And that's
Wait,
why
for real?
The punishment is different here. When in Massachusetts, or in England, when people are found guilty of witchcraft, they are sentenced to death.
Oh my God!
They are sentenced to death by hanging.
Jesus Christ!
On July the 19th, 1692, Rebecca Nurse and 4 other women were hanged.
Jesus. I mean, I know that's
All
what
the
happens,
victims
but...
protested their innocence right through to the end. None had confessed. As then, these women would have had to incriminate other members of the community.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in
Don't forget the
heaven.
bread line.
Those people who were hanged were not sinners and they weren't saints. They were just average people. Some of them were not very nice people. Others seemed to be almost of an unblemished character. The one quality they had in them that made them different from the 150 other people accused was that at the time of the confrontation of the worst crisis in their life, they choose death over telling a lie.
Wow, that's badass in a way. I mean, it sucks. I mean, they didn't deserve to die, but still badass. I mean, basically dying, eat my ass, you know?
The most horrible thing about Salem that makes it so distinct and so sad is that all people who were tried pled not guilty. They were all found guilty and sentenced to death.
They would stand on one of the rungs of the ladder, a noose would be put around their neck, and then the term was the executioner would turn them off the ladder, physically taking their feet and just shoving them off of the ladder, and they would strangle to death.
That's awful. That's so screwed up. There's only women?
What some
I
of
thought there
the
were some men
accused
that did die.
understood very quickly was that if you had confessed to witchcraft, they didn't try you right away. The idea was eventually you would get tried, but the people who were really the dangerous people are the people who we knew kind of were witches, but they hadn't confessed to it. And therefore, they went after them first.
So one thing people sometimes say is, well, you know, if everybody who confessed got off, why didn't everybody just confess? Well, a couple of reasons. One, because lying was a mortal sin, and these people actually believed in mortal sin. Why would you live out your life with an assurance of hell after your life was over? And two, because up until this point, there was no guarantee at the beginning of the trial that confession would get you off. That's just how it went in this case, partly because confessed witches could then be pressured to name other confessed witches.
After the witch hunt went on for half a year, in winter 1692, the community of the faithful was about to fall apart once and for all. And community was so very important for the Puritans.
Our Father.
Good job, guys. Nailed
which
it.
art in heaven,
Ooh!
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
25 members of the community lost their lives. More than 1/3 of all the inhabitants were in jail.
Oh my God.
Families torn apart.
That's insane,
no one trusted
dude.
anyone else. In the fall, the fields weren't harvested.
Oh my
Cattle
God.
died in the stables. And yet new witches were interrogated. And even the leading lights of the community were denounced.
Oh
Rich
my God.
businessmen, men of the cloth, and their wives.
The Salem witchcraft trials have
The dog
come
should
to
have
be
just not
regarded
eaten the
as
piss cake and this would have been
absolute
fine.
worst thing the Puritans ever did.
The inhabitants of Salem were stuck in a trap of their own making, and which they could no longer escape of their own volition.
Forget not your children. Forget not your bride.
I try it so hard to bear, but for the sense of sin, Deliver me.
This is the.
It was too catastrophic. It was too traumatic for them. And so the community would never be the same. They couldn't just go back to the way things were.
Many members of the community started to feel guilty. They asked themselves how things could have come to this.
We are gathered here today as we must, for the devil is among us. Many of us have been weak. We have forsaken our scripture. We have forgotten our Christian duty.
Guy's a little sweaty.
Cannot one of you look me in the eye?
By late summer, there are numerous critics who are beginning to express their concern for the witch trials.
Yeah, maybe.
And one of these
Got a little out of
men is
hand.
Thomas Brattle, who's one of the leading. He's a merchant, but he's also one of the leading scientific thinkers in Boston in his day.
I don't know this guy.
And he'll say, you know, we are not using our common sense here. Spectral evidence should never have been allowed.
They're like, oh.
Thomas Brattle resolutely opposed the hysteria of the witch hunt.
You almost worry
He
for the
studied
guy, right?
mathematics at Harvard and was a member of the Royal Society, and thus of the scientific elite of his day. He and other members argued rationally.
It sounds like a witch.
Brattle
Yeah.
publicly attacked the illogical proof the court passed down, upon which the governor of the Crown Colony dissolved the Salem court.
Ooh.
Better that we let 100 witches go free than harm one innocent.
Like, you punk bitch.
innocent person. And really, the witch trials come to an end when Massachusetts agrees that, yes, witches are probably real, but spectral evidence and the touch test and the evil eye are not acceptable evidence. And that's what Brattle and others are arguing for.
That's awesome, man. They're like, the witches are real, man. We just can't prove it. It's kind of like aliens.
What happened during the witchcraft trials is the people, when they finally discovered what had happened, and that innocent blood had been shed largely as a result of the influence of individuals who thought they were doing God's work, but in fact were causing more of a problem. There was a secularization of society. A new paradigm is set up in Massachusetts Bay Colony.
Only Tituba, the slave, had to remain in prison until a new buyer was found for her.
Oh, what?
If you were to return to Salem Village after the last execution took place, you would wander through a town that had been through probably the greatest crisis any community could possibly have gone through.
It must have been a very terrible thing for Salem Village to deal with, and it clearly, we know, it took years, if not decades, for them to heal from those trials.
It's insane that the town still exists. You think they would have just dissolved it?
Aftermath where villager turned against villager in the trials.
The 550 people who lived here either had someone accused or an accuser within their family, sometimes both. It was a profound, terrible thing that they went through.
And yet, miraculously, it would be a town where people would continue to live.
That's the crazy part to me. I'd be like, I'm out, man. I'm moving.
In the 21st century, Salem is a prosperous little town near Boston.
I'd have moved out right
the
away.
Witch trials of 1692 are now marketed by the tourism industry.
Oh, yeah. No, it's big, man.
Halloween and the witching capital. But Salem was also a turning point.
One of the big conclusions to draw from Salem is the danger that can befall people from the...
I know she's like the witch expert, That's a funny face. But you gotta admit, her demeanor and that hairstyle, it's a little witchy.
Best of all possible intentions. The people who conducted the Salem witch trials believed that they were doing the right thing.
I think she's great.
And that rightness resulted in such a grave injustice, I think, is one of the reasons that our culture hasn't been able to let Salem go. Seeing women hang, is that going to make things better? They thought that it would. It didn't.
Human nature keeps repeating it, and it's in a different guise each time.
The persecution of individuals, simply for being different, has persisted even after Salem.
The fake bald community.
Can we recognize it the next time it comes?
As long as we have scapegoating, as long as we have prejudice and hatred and bigotry, as long as we have to talk about race prejudice and the issue in America today of Black Lives Matter, we're going to have some form of witchcraft.
Try and be bald on Twitch.
Back then, only 550 souls lived in Salem. Our modern world is far more complex. It seems enlightened, but are we so unlike those people in the past?
It has so many echoes in our own time. It isn't just in America that right now that we're living.
I mean, it's full on
story
Twitter,
through Europe,
dude.
all over the world.
It's 100% Twitter.
Not until 2001 did the governor of Massachusetts declare the last victims innocent. In the mid-20th century, both theater and film ensured the events in Salem moved back into the limelight, driven also by the experiences made in our times with fear, denunciation, and mass mania.
A good thing that came out of the witchcraft, that the individual still can count in history. And although they were regaled and spat upon in their own time, today we remember them, and today we kind of honor them, and they've become, in fact, heroes rather than villains.
The witch hunt in Salem has long since been and gone, but it remains a blemish in American history.
I wonder where this set is.
Later generations were to view the trials as a symbol of
I know there's like a
injustice
Sturbridge
and
Village
persecution.
in Massachusetts that has a lot of houses that look
It
like this.
does
I wonder
not
if they just filmed it
suffice to
there.
inscribe the ideals of liberty.
What is this documentary? This guy looks like he's really into the legal marijuana. This kid looks like he might be on the legal marijuana. Credits might say the location. It's over. It's over in like 15 seconds. All right, we got a couple more. There's only 6,000 views on that video. That is not enough. We can watch the Appalachian one. We got a crime one. We got two crime ones, and we got an Appalachia one. Preferences on crime versus it's poverty is the other one. I think the Appalachian one looks good. I think a lot of you, some of you have probably seen this because it's like all over YouTube. It's a very looks like it's really popular. It's got 13 million views.
Here, if I cruise up some of the hollers.
And I've been up there, dude. Like I've been through Appalachia.
You lost him again.
A lot of people don't understand it. If it wasn't for coal mines, a lot of these people around here would be starving to death.
Feels like everybody picked up and left.
I mean,
I came from a long line of drug users. I will be the first in my family to hold a college degree.
Are you the grandma of the holler?
I guess.
Massive hit to a community like this.
I want to show people that we are more than just drugs and coal mining.
We work hard, we support our families, and we don't let nobody step in between that.
This place got me a little emotional. Good morning, guys. Here in Bluefield, West Virginia, and today we have quite an adventure we're going on, driving through the south side of West Virginia, all the way over to Kentucky. And this is known, arguably, is one of the most impoverished places in the country. Now, this is former coal country. The industry was booming at one time. It's retracted quite a bit. Many people have left, but some have stayed. So today we're gonna get far out as we can, into the sticks, to meet the locals, ask the questions, learn from them, and get a better understanding of what this region is like. Let's do this.
I mean, it was like mega poor when I was there, and it was like maybe around 2008, 2010, maybe around then. No, maybe earlier, 2005. It was
we are
tough.
in McDowell County, and so this is the poorest county in West Virginia. 25,600 is the average family income. See, a lot of these people have moved out. You have the coal truck.
That's
here.
almost the average income in
It's like
Japan.
an old school, Switchback Elementary School. So these trucks right here have brought out tons and tons of coal. And since a lot of that coal has declined, well, this is what happens to the towns. These were once thriving, busy storefronts.
Yeah, it sucks,
people
man. There's
walking around.
nothing to
great homes
do.
up here above. I'm sure those were like the managers, the coal mines. You can see a lot of these homes, just nature coming back, taking them over.
Yo!
Got a little grocery deli. It's like a jungle out here. These forests, very lush, very peaceful, very closed. This old place here. Looks like it's been around forever.
Still looks like somebody's keeping it
Staple of the
clean.
Community, pictures of families, people from the town, I'm sure. Oh, that's too bad. But what a different America out here. Look at this architecture, some beautiful.
I mean, the buildings are pretty nice.
What
the ones
town
that are
is
kept
this?
up well.
This is the town of Kimball.
How long have you lived here?
It'll be 4 years this December. I moved here for work.
Cole?
Yes.
You don't think this video is gonna make 100 million?
I don't think so. Maybe if I was 6'5", 260 pounds full of muscle, maybe. What's up, Clarence? Hey, T. You all right? I'm doing good, thank you, T. And that's my neighbor. He's T. You 76 yet?
I'm 77.
Damn.
77. This gentleman is making a video.
Making a video?
Of this area.
About Appalachia.
Come on over,
You want to jump in, T? T's got stories, I can tell.
His name is Fred Johnson. And
His level of baldness is making me wither.
Okay.
nickname of T is the story.
Yeah, that's right. How you doing? You
Good. Good T. Nah, it's a rental truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Your name?
Peter Santinello.
Peter Santinello. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too, T.
Would that guy be allowed in the chat?
I don't know.
T's the best man in town, or all of McDowell County?
I'd say in all McDowell County.
Thank you, Clarence. Thank
He
you.
looks amazing for 77.
No, I grew up in Tazewell, Virginia.
So how's McDowell County?
It's good. It's good. It's a nice, wonderful place to live. People are friendly. Everybody's friendly down here. You don't meet a stranger.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody can help you, they'll help you. If you're sitting on the side of the road at night and got a flat tire, they'll stop and change it. Or if they can't change it, they'll bring you home. Because we had a flood here back in
No
2001,
dent, Basil Boy. Completely round.
2002, and a lady from Bluefield worked
Couldn't
at
see it.
Welch Hospital.
Uh-huh.
And the water was up all the way through there. And she got to the end of town. And somebody called me, and I went down and got her and brought her
Yeah,
up.
they get some flooding up there. That's why I was up there.
My wife, I let her stay with me. So I didn't know her from Adam.
So a lot of old school values out here.
Old school values, a lot.
What about the younger generation?
They're gone.
They're leaving. They're leaving town?
They're leaving town, and the ones that are here, they don't really care about anything. They just, most of them's on drugs.
Oh, that's sad, man.
Really?
Really, most of them drug problems.
Here.
Yeah.
So from my understanding, talking to some locals, it's either people are on drugs or people are super hardworking. There's like no in between.
no
It's
in
like you
between.
got two different groups, right?
Right, that's right. Two different groups. Mostly everybody around here is elderly, except Clarence.
I'm 60 and I'm not elderly.
Well,
yeah.
He looks good for
he's
62.
77 and looking like you're about to play some hoops and dunk the ball.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I used to in my day. I did in my day, but old age catches up with you.
Eventually.
He looks great,
Old
man.
age catches up with you.
Did you ever work in the mines, T?
No, I was an electrical motor repairman.
Okay.
I worked in that job for 43 years. We repaired mining motors, steel mill motors.
Am I going to be 77 being interviewed by this guy and being like, I was an internet clown for 43 years? I played Monster Hunter for 43 years.
Yep.
I've been, I guess, just about all over the world working
Still
on
will
different motors
be.
and stuff.
I'm still playing Monster
What
Hunter.
do you mean, be careful going to Harlan County? Why?
On the road. There's a bunch of drunks on the road on the weekend. This is 4th of July weekend. You got to watch out for the young folks.
Okay, what about if I cruise up some of the haulers, like just randomly up some of the haulers? You think that's a good idea? Or just depends the one I go up?
The haulers are crazy, dude. Haulers are like literally like a single lane. Sometimes like less than a single lane.
On the one you go up.
Okay.
It really depends. 'Cause you
Some
might-
of the haulers are real bad too.
Right.
I mean, the roads and
Yeah, the roads are real bad, even though you got a forward. You know what they call this, McDowell County? They call it the patch.
So could I fit into the patch, no problem?
No problem. You fit in.
Just
You
gotta,
fit into the patch.
just gotta put a little of that on.
That's all. Just a little bit of personality
do
and
it.
attitude, you'll be fine.
He's got a little
Be
bit of
your
a
neighbor,
dent.
Mr. T. Pretty much everyone's involved with the coal industry here. There is a tourism industry starting with side-by-sides and people getting out on these trails here. But as you can see, even the Walmart
That's messed up. That's really
a
messed up.
massive hit to a community like this. In the town I was staying in, Bluefield, if I wanted to
They
get
coulda kept it
groceries,
open.
the best place was the Walmart. You want to get an avocado, you want to get probably the most
We could have a memorial to all the chat members that died of old age.
fresh fruits and vegetables outside of a garden. It was Walmart. And so when you have it go away in a community like this, I mean, we're sort of entering, I think we'll get into it today, sort of food desert territory where it's a far way to get pretty much all your staples. You know, outside of mini marts and chips and sugar drinks and whatnot. Very interesting story I was told yesterday by a local. And he told me back in the day with the coal mining companies, the miners would be paid in scripts.
Yeah.
Which was their own currency.
That's
Each
messed
coal
up.
mining company had their own currency. The catch was you'd have to go to the equivalent of the Walmart back then, which was a massive general store, depending on the mine, where you'd buy your food, your clothing, whatever you needed, you'd buy there. But you could not take that currency and go anywhere else with it. You want to leave town, you want to go off to the coast on a vacation with your family, forget about it. Your money only worked for the business that you work for.
Your
which is
Shep coin
insane.
only works in this channel. Can't take it in any other channels. Oh, Shep nuts. Sorry, Shep coin's been deprecated. Holy crap. Yo, I'm not saying for certain. I don't expect any of you to believe me. I think I've been there. Like, that's a school. I slept in that school. I'm pretty sure, man. That would have been like 10, 15 years ago. No, this is not where I jump sharted. I was a young adult. No, I'm pretty sure it was a school. I remember helping to clean up the school too. We were repairing, we were cleaning up and fixing up one guy's trailer that had been flooded. I think that was it, man. It's possible not, but something very similar to it.
This is the county seat. I'm guessing the biggest town here. Look at these buildings.
When did I jump shark last? I was 12 years old, I think. I might have been 11. It was 10, 12, 11 or 12.
Wow, look at this place. Looks like a massive old school up there. Wonder what it is now.
And I was trying to
We have a
fart
jail down
on
here?
someone's head in the air, and
I
I
think that's what
sharted
it is.
instead.
I was told in the last town, one of the nicer homes there was sold for $25,000.
This is the solution
So
to
something
the
like
housing
this
crisis,
is
guys.
almost a giveaway at this point, I bet. Closed permanently, 3/13/23. The Panda Garden out of business.
Oh, no.
Everything pretty much vacant right now. Walk right down the center of the street here.
Even the Chinese place closed. That's terrible.
Back in the day, you can see the boss looking over the workers. Very, very hard work. This looks like an office or some sort of manufacturing. Yeah, it just feels like everybody picked up and left. Very cool old building. I was told by a local the other day that these rivers just flowed black back in the day.
Jesus.
Socialsecurity.gov. Now we got to meet some locals eventually. But I was told in these parts, and I can't confirm this at all, but roughly half the people are living off some sort of disability or food stamps or some government assistance.
Yeah, the way disability works in the U.S. that I'm aware of, and this became a big issue in 2008, is if basically a doctor says you're incapable of working in the area, then you can get on permanent disability. And so, like, it obviously is quite a bit of wiggle room there with the doctor. And in a lot of cases, it can be like, yeah, mentally you might be able to work at a job, but maybe physically you wouldn't be able to. And if there's just no jobs, if there's only like warehouse jobs and stuff, and you wouldn't physically be able to do that, that could get you on permanent disability.
And half are working their butts off. Okay, there are two guys up there.
And the interesting thing was in 2008, there was such a bad recession in that area, that period of time, that you saw disability rates going up, not necessarily because more people were getting hurt or sick or anything like that, but because there were so few jobs. Even like minor afflictions could have a doctor saying this person's permanently disabled.
First two people in town on the streets. Iraq from 05 to 06?
506 in Baghdad.
A lot of guys here were in the military?
My man here signed up, didn't get to go. Me and him was gonna go in together, and he had to clear some stuff up.
Were you sad that you couldn't go, or did you want to go?
Yeah, I wanted to go back.
Do you guys work in the mines?
Yeah, he worked mines.
I did. I don't anymore.
You don't anymore?
No. You ain't got time to spend no money, so I mean, you don't enjoy life. I mean, just ain't nothing enjoyable about it to me.
So a miner, how much are they working?
I would work 48 hours every week at least, but sometimes
Damn.
60 hours, 60 plus hours.
And that's underground?
Yeah, underground.
For 60 hours?
60 hours a week.
That's
What does
crazy.
that
You'd
do
go
to your sleep
insane
cycle?
60 hours in
That's
like the
terrible.
mines.
You're always tired. You're walking around. You're a zombie most of the time, you know, so. It's not for me. Now, a lot of people it is for, but it's just not for me anymore.
I did a whole 3 weeks in the coal mine.
You did 3 weeks?
The whole 3 weeks.
What
Maybe
was,
a month.
what work
Could
did
you move them to an area of few jobs and get disability if you can't do physical labor? Maybe. I'm not an expert on it, but there's definitely something to the area you're in influencing your ability to go on permanent disability. Like in a, like a near a city and stuff like that, there's so many jobs they could be like, well, there's something that you'd be able to do. But an area out like this, like, if you were in any way physically impaired and there's like only physical jobs, is a better chance that you'd be able to get on permanent disability.
You like better, military or coal mine?
Oh, military, for sure.
Good brotherhood in the military?
Can't find it nowhere else.
What about the coal mine? Good brotherhood there?
I wasn't there long enough to know, but yeah. They do stick.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a brotherhood there. Everybody looks out for each other.
How about in Welsh right now? Is it a close community? People, oh
yeah,
pretty tight.
Yeah, it's pretty tight here. Everybody looks out for one another, you know.
You get out of here, this town. You know, everybody's so many different walks of life, but you get out of here, you got the hollers, you got families. They tight.
If you get in a holler, everybody knows everybody.
I'm looking at the price of the Pepsi. $37 for, I don't know, man. That's pretty expensive for Pepsi.
Oh, yeah. You be a kid down there and get in trouble down here. Time you get home, about 5 people done called your mama saying, hey, time you get there, they are waiting on you.
I've never seen a 15-pack
It's not
before.
a good thing sometimes.
You know, I had a few friends telling me, don't come into this part of Appalachia. It's going to be super dangerous. People are going to be closed off. And everyone's been cool.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Everybody, hey, people from out of town and stuff, we get it a lot. You know what I mean? Most of these people on these four side by side, they're from other states. They're not from here. They just come down here just to see the country and the mountains.
That's the new industry, huh? You got a bit of tourism out here?
Yeah,
that's helped the little stores really good.
Yeah, since they built that Hatfield-McCoy Trail,
yeah,
it's been mad people coming here from out of town. It's been crazy.
Hatfield and McCoy's for the I guess there's probably even America that know it too, is two historical families. And there's probably a good documentary on it that just had like this incredibly long feud. It was just like attacking each other, murdering each other. They got to the point they didn't even know why they were fighting, but they kept fighting anyways. And there was like a West Virginia thing.
Why the bars here? Is there a lot of crime or no? Break-ins?
Not really. It's just this area right here. I guess probably in the early 2000s it was pretty rough, you know.
Okay.
But now everything's kind of calmed down and settled down, so there's not a lot of thieving and stuff like that now, but there used to be. That stuff's probably, that place that come in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it's gotten better in that sense.
Oh yeah, it's gotten better and better and better. It just keeps getting better.
It keeps getting better? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I mean the population's going down.
There's probably tour groups and stuff more. I mean, if you wanted to go up and down those hollers and stuff like that, the real narrow trails in Appalachia, like you'd probably want to go with an experienced guide because you just fall off the mountain.
Streets would be full and everybody, it'd be bumper to bumper, traffic.
Our generation, most of them left here.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I am 40.
So
He's about 44.
Most of them left. So way back when the streets were busy, when are you talking, 20 years ago?
In the 90s, probably it slowed down in the 2000s.
It slowed down gradually since the 50s.
And the younger kids just don't like to get outside, or what?
These last 2 or 3 generations, I believe they don't really get out much. Most of them can't change a flat, so they ain't. It's a different breed than what we was raised.
I'm in that.
Play any kind of game.
Any kind of PlayStation game or anything like that.
I really don't like the way they're talking about me right now. I can't change a flat. No. Well, if I had a spare, I could figure it out. If I had the tools and everything, I could probably do it.
Night.
So they're inside on the screens.
That's all they do.
You guys don't want to leave. You want to stay.
Oh, if I didn't have 3 babies here, I'd done been gone.
I've been gone a few times, and I always end up back.
I think it's like a gym now.
It's a gym now? Did you go to school up there?
It was high school then. Then as the years went by, it turned to a junior high school.
How was it back in the day?
It was real nice. Real nice.
A lot of kids?
They just like hanging out at the bus stop? What is that guy wearing for pants?
How you been doing?
I've been doing well, thank you, sir.
This used to be a booming place.
It was booming.
Back in the war, well, when the mines shut down, the country and the economy went down, people left and then the business shut down. But at one time, first could buy anything you wanted here in Welch.
Is Mountain Dew or is that Sprite?
We had all kinds of grocery stores, cash stands, bus terminal,
You could buy everything you needed.
You buy everything that you needed.
When did the Walmart...
Funny story about Mountain Dew. Some of you probably didn't know this. Fascinating history. Let me see if I can find a picture of it for you. Yeah. So this is like one of the original designs for it. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. So it was designed as like for a cocktail mixed drink sort of thing. It was supposed to be mixed with moonshine, which historically was called Mountain Dew. Isn't that amazing? And moonshine was made up in, Appalachia, that sort of area.
Walmart shut down?
I don't know what Walmart was.
A while back?
It's been a while back.
Okay. So you love Welsh?
Been all my life.
Yeah. Good people out here.
Could be wrong.
Danny, you work in the suntan. You're out there on the the pool side with the ladies, or what?
Somebody told me, so you're getting darker, you will look like me. I go, well, who cares?
I'm gonna go up there, guys. I can't walk in or anything, right?
No, it's got a kind of a hill mark to go up, like a driveway.
But you feel free to go away and catch water go.
Okay.
We gotta go there, man.
You too.
I mean, everybody there seems like really, really nice people.
There are the guys down there looking up at the school that they went to. It's the cycle of life, and everywhere is always at a different point in the cycle.
Like I don't know if he's like met mean people. He hasn't put them on camera, but everyone's been great.
As a place just to get away from everything, appreciate the architecture. Some industry would have to move in because everything's cheap here as far as living costs. But it looks like
the housing is next to nothing.
New windows, so that's being used. God, I love this old style. Oh, it looks like a nursery or something for kids. So the guys used to run through here between classrooms.
Oh yeah, it's all blocked
off.
off.
You hear the door banging open and closed. The laughter off the walls, down the stairs. Recess about to happen. The bell going off. 3 o'clock, end of the day.
Interesting that there's just like random steel drums at the bottom of the stairs. Like it's almost like they're trying to make like a video game or like a Counter-Strike map or something like that.
Get out in town and hang out with friends. This place got me a little emotional.
You don't normally just see random steel barrels like in a school stairwell. That's not normal in the U.S.
Yes. Yeah, we're missionaries.
From Utah.
I'm from Utah. He's from Utah. I'm from Oregon.
You know Appalachia pretty well at this point.
At least this portion of it. I think out of all areas, this like the Welch, like McDowell, a little bit of Wyoming is about the most like West Virginian type, like deep Appalachian.
Yeah, I think Mormon
How
missionaries.
Have you been received in the hollers?
On the hollers?
Pretty well, actually.
Very well. People out here, very humble people, very kind. I've served in Ashland, Kentucky, down parts of Virginia and stuff.
Yeah.
And then out here, it's been the most kind people that everyone will let you in. A lot of time they're offering like food and stuff, and it's just really, really nice people.
So it's a good place to be a missionary.
Yeah.
Because some places in America, I'm sure the door just shuts in your face really quickly.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I did that once a long time ago.
You did.
Sorry.
I forgive you.
Okay, you got some names?
Yeah, I just wrote down the Panther and Jolo.
Those are 2 places I gotta go.
Yep.
Oh, I thought his name was Jolo. I'm like,
You too.
Thank you,
Who's
guys.
Jolo?
Take care. If you don't ever see me again, I'm in Panther.
Gotcha.
Let my wife know.
Don't go looking for the body.
All right, see ya. It's always interesting to see the missionaries. out
That's
in the world.
wild
They
to
go
just find
absolutely
missionaries
everywhere
up
and
there,
have
dude.
Zero fear. Take some cojones. It's a one-way road. What, a car every 20 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys live right up here?
Yes. She lives right there, and I live at the first house on the corner.
So what were you saying about your work these days?
I work 68 hours a week.
Damn.
6 days a week.
Damn.
68. What's your shift from every day?
5 to 5, 5 a.m. to 5 in the evening, and all the overtime I want.
Do you think people in the country don't understand coal work that well, or what are your thoughts on that?
That's
Working in coal mines, even if it's underground or on top of the ground, it's hard work. And you go out 10, 12 hours a day. If you go in the ground, you don't see daylight until the end of your shift.
Yeah.
You work out over top of the ground, you got the heat, you got trucks, you got inspectors you got to deal with. It's not an easy job. A lot of people don't understand it. If it wasn't for coal mines, a lot of these people around here would be starving to death. They wouldn't have electricity, they wouldn't have heat. And here you got the government and everybody wanting to shut the coal mines down, do away with this, do everything electric. Well, you got to have coal to run electric plants. And a lot of steamships have to have coal to run to transport goods back and forth.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of your coal goes to China, right?
Yeah. It's just, you got to learn the people. You got to.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that China was importing American coal.
We're just dumb country folk. But actually, a lot of us out here are smarter than a lot of people give us credit for.
Yeah.
We work hard, we support our families, and we don't let nobody step in between that. People out here will bend over backwards to help you. They'll give you shirt off your back. As long as you don't make them mad.
I mean, I don't know there's many Twitch streamers that have the same work ethic as a coal miner.
Or crossing. Out here, a man's word and his handshake is his bond.
That hasn't gone away?
No. A lot of places around here it hasn't.
Thanks, you guys.
You be careful, bud.
You too.
We get yelled at by Nick Raptor if we stream more than 55 hours a week. He yells at us. He says, you shouldn't stream so much. He once pinged me, Distortion, and one other guy. He's like, you guys streamed 55 hours last week. Don't stream so much. I think I was playing Dragon's Dogma.
All right, guys, so this is a hauler. And the hauler is just a narrow road that goes up a valley off the main road. So what I've been told is, in most haulers, everyone knows everyone really well. And, you know, an out-of-stater car, or any different car than they're used to, it's well known. So depending on the hauler, and this is just what I've been told, it can be very friendly.
I'd be a little worried that someone might shoot at
warm
me.
and welcoming, or the opposite. But from what I've seen so far in West Virginia, everyone's been very, very, very friendly and hospitable. So let's see if we can get up here. And I don't know what we're gonna see, to be honest. It's looking a little...
That GPS has no idea what's going on. He's ducking the camera.
Sometimes you just can't put the camera on things, and they were junking out on something. Anyways, they were nice at least. I mean, we're deep in now. This is deep, deep, deep countryside, rural America. There was another group of guys I talked to down the road before. I couldn't put the camera on them. That's...
Ooh. Yo, that's a truck. Are there people living in that house? There's like a truck right next to that house. There's in no way, dude.
That's the problem. There's another group of guys I talked to down the road before. I couldn't put
Maybe they live on the side that hasn't collapsed.
the camera on. That's the problem. You can't just come up and be like, can I put the camera on you? I have to feel it out. You know, a lot of these guys are used to, maybe not used to, but know of how they're portrayed, and, you know, most people, not all, but a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to imagine that house has probably been passed down and there's just like zero money, zero equity, zero anything to keep it in repair. But you can live there for free or next to free, and you just figure it out. Just hope nothing collapses on you.
A lot of them that come into this part of the country, put them under the bus, make them look make them look bad. And so, rightfully so, they're hesitant to be on camera. And I would be too, 100%. I totally get it. So, it's about feeling it out.
Yeah, no, there's literally zero
cool.
value. If anything, you know, there's the value maybe of the land, but the home is zero, below zero, because you'd have to demolish it. So you're just like, well, I'll just live here as long as I can. You know, and it's not like, especially up there, it's not like, you know, the town or the bank or anyone is going to take it away from you.
And it's awesome. I can get that conversation.
You know, if the town has a tax lien on your property and they think they can get money out of it, you better believe they're going to foreclose on you. But up there, like, no town would ever bother doing
on
that.
Camera, give you guys a look of what it's really like here.
Because then it's their problem. Then they got to bulldoze it, and then what? They've got a vacant land. There's plenty of land up there. It's
journey though ahead. It's at least another 4 hours or so to Kentucky because we took this back road.
actually a lot of houses up there.
Looks like maybe an old school renovated into apartments. Guy's washing his house. You can see the soot, which means we're on a coal route. The truck's carrying coal.
That's got to be a pain in the ass. I mean, Basil Boy, I'll tell you though, man, like, no matter how tightly knit it is, like, some towns would gladly foreclose on you. Get a house and make Shat be your tenants? You gonna be a tenant? Live in my school apartment? Hope he got insurance on that car, dude.
So this is definitely a more built out hauler. We got some houses that are barely there, but then some newer stuff. So it's a real mix. I'm gonna ask these guys here what's going on. How you doing?
You can come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, she's so nice.
So this is a nice hauler. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, number one motor hauler, they call it.
What's that?
They call this number one motor a long time ago.
Number one hauler.
Oh.
They got now they changed what's the name up now, Maze?
Bartley Branch Road.
Bartley Branch Road. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the haulers are basically, they go up a valley. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
Is that the story?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, everybody knows
I see the cat.
Everyone knows everyone's business.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yes. I've been here since '69.
God damn.
You've been here since '69.
Yeah.
Has it changed at all?
Oh, yeah. I thought you might be interested in looking at this. I've opened
Thank
up
you,
my
ma'am.
closet. Tells about all kinds of mines all around McDowell County.
We're still in McDowell.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, McDowell County.
That's wild.
And so coal is everything.
It's not
here,
as old
right?
as me.
Yeah. Coal's the history here. You know, Biden and Manchin want to take the coal out of West Virginia.
Oh.
What are the people going to do? That's the only thing people got to live on. You know, working in the mine.
I thought they liked Manchin. Well, that's not good for Manchin. People are turning against him.
It's the only economy out here,
That's
huh?
ain't no factories in here, you know. And coal mine's the only thing keeping this place going.
Did you work in the mines?
Yeah, I worked in the mines.
How many years?
I worked a long time doing the pillar falls and stuff. You had to, you know, crawl on your knees, run and stuff. When that, you take all the coal out on your pillars. Sometimes the tops are heavy, the timbers wouldn't hold the top.
Oh, okay.
Or the roof bolts,
Yep.
you know, roof bolts and all come out.
That's
When
terrifying.
I told a buddy of mine, I said, hey, the miner cut too far against the wall. Or I said, water's peeping out the right side of the corner of the cut. We got water in the in the man trip we was riding, we was in the back of it, and that water was 12 breaks of water backed up. And it just blowed that coal out just like a explosion, you know. The water was deep, but you feel electricity. We had rubber gloves and suits on, but you could still feel power through.
You saved some coal miners.
Yeah.
How many?
I had about 8 of us working on the eating shift there.
You saved 8 people?
Yeah, when that water blowed out there.
That's terrifying.
Wow.
So this chapter right here tells you all about what happened down here at this mines, and then it gives you a
How
list
many
of,
people died in these mines here?
I think they said there were 90-some.
90-something people died.
91.
Wow.
Down here at this mines in Bartley. It's got all their names listed. There's the big monument. It was down here at Mouth Holler, and they moved it.
Moved it up
right
at
up
that
the
white
road.
church right up from me. Yeah.
So do you guys, I mean, you talk about it all the time. You live, you eat, and breathe it, right? Coal?
Yeah, that's the only thing keep us going, you know.
Yeah.
Mine's just like being at home to me. You know, when I worked every day, just like being at home.
Wow.
You know, the mine's really safe from what it is out here. You gotta get killed with a car or airplane.
This is a man and his young son. Both of them were killed down here in this mines.
So you were saying when Biden came in, he tried to shut the mines down, his policies?
Well, they talk about Manchin, and Biden is against the coal. If we don't get somebody in there for the coal, everybody be losing 100,000 jobs around here.
So no, it's interesting. I looked in McDowell County, the voter records. It was very blue here, like 70% Democrat, and then it just changed the last couple of elections to hard red.
Yeah, Republican.
Because of the policies, right?
Yeah.
So whatever policies support coal, you're going to vote for that guy.
Yeah, Trump for the coal.
Yeah.
And General Justice for the coal, you know.
Yeah.
And if we get somebody in there...
Who's General
wanna go,
Justice?
Windmills or gas, everybody be out of job around here.
Yeah, what would you do if you didn't have coal?
Well, if we didn't have coal, everybody be hurting because they got to make steel with that coal. And, you know, a lot of things they make with coal. And if we don't keep the coal, they ain't going to have no coal to make steel stuff with.
So you can't make steel with gas, natural gas, or oil, right? You have to make it with coal?
Yeah, you have to make it with coal. Something, you know, burn hot coal. Natural gas ain't going to make metal.
My dad was killed down here in this mines before I was born. He was killed in March.
Oh my God.
And
That's so
born
sad.
in August.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow.
That's
and
terrible.
My late husband, he didn't work this mines, but he worked what they call the wagon mines.
That's sad too.
When we were first married, he worked. They had cars. They called them cars then. They hold what, Jay, a ton or so?
Yeah, 2-ton
They wasn't very high.
Okay.
And the coal was real low, and he would come home and tell about how he would lay down on his side and take a big shovel, and the shovel was about this wide.
That's a number 4 shovel.
Take it and shovel that coal up in them cars. And they'd hold a ton to 2 ton of coal, and he got $1 a car.
Do you have internet out here?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes.
Great. I was told you didn't.
Part-time.
Part-time.
Yeah, part-time internet.
Part-time.
That's like my internet.
What?
It goes in and out. Sometimes when it goes, out, it'll stay out for days and weeks at a time.
Wow. So
Like the telephone, sometimes they go out for 2 weeks, don't they?
Or more.
the telephone goes out for 2 weeks.
I don't have what they call landline phone no more. I just use cell phone.
You get cell phone coverage now.
Cell phone's probably more reliable than anything else.
So if I go up to the top, you think that's okay?
Yeah, you're gonna travel all the way.
Go past the go all the way to the top, go out past the graveyards, and just keep on going. And then when you get out there,
There's some
past
really
the
nice
church, you'll
people.
Turn down a hill, and when you get right at the bottom there, make you a left.
So it's a circle.
out on the hard top.
It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
I won't come back this way. I'll just keep going around.
If you want to.
Okay, I think I'll explore. Why not? Thank
Would you like a cold bottle of water?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
She's real nice. She seemed a little offended when he said...
you married well. You married?
Yeah, I've been married.
She seemed offended when he said they didn't have
My
internet.
second marriage, I've been married now.
go.
That's so, that looks cold
How long
too.
I've been married, May? 20 years? How long I've been married? 20 years?
Long time, Jay.
Long time.
I said he married well. He married the right woman.
He married my ex-daughter-in-law.
Wait, he's married to you.
He married my ex-daughter-in-law and his
Okay.
Wait, what? My ex daughter-in-law. So her daughter-in-law. So her son got married. And he married her son's wife? And now he's married to her?
Wait, he's married to you.
He married my ex-daughter-in-law, and
Okay.
his brother is married. One of his brothers is married to one of my daughters.
Yeah.
And now you two are married.
No.
No.
Oh. I thought you were husband-wife. I'm sorry.
No. I've known him all his life, so.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha.
Like I said, he married my oldest son's ex-wife.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'll stop in, sit around and talk to her, you know, she don't get too much, you know, a lot of people, you know, too much company anymore. Every time
But he married her son's ex-wife. What? So he was married to, yeah, but you think that would be someone a bit younger.
brothers, I'll stop down here and talk to you, don't they?
Oh, that's cool. So you guys are all connected here. Everyone knows everyone.
Yeah.
That's nice. You don't feel lonely.
If something goes wrong, something happens, the neighbors pitch in and help. They do what they can, you know, a death in the family or sickness, you know, bad sickness, somebody gets hurt or something.
Pitch in, like just put their time in, or they actually help with money too if they
help
need it?
with money, you know, and death. They cook food, bring it in.
Okay.
All that.
Even if it's different families?
Yeah.
That's great. That's really special.
I know everybody, I think, up and down this road here in this holler.
Yeah.
You know everyone.
I watched them grow up. Small kids, they played with
She
my
seems like a
kids.
real
Are
sweetheart.
you the
She
grandma
seems
of the
really,
holler?
really
I
nice.
guess.
I mean, both of them seem nice. Everyone so far has been real nice. I mean, to be fair, they're saying like 50% of the people, whatever the number is in reality, are like tweaking out on drugs. Maybe not as nice, but he's not interviewing them.
About 20 minutes into the holler, we have the Dunford Family Cemetery. Just passed some great people. They came up to the door here. We were talking for a while. I just couldn't run the camera. Just a lot of that. But I'm getting some of it. I'm getting some of it for you guys. I'm sure this is super important to the locals here. Family is
Wow.
absolutely everything here. Many generations living under one roof.
You know, they
quite often.
take pretty good care of that
These
graveyard.
haulers, some of these families
I mean,
came
somebody's mowing that
4
grass.
or 5 generations ago and have stayed. And I've been told some never leave. They actually just never leave the
A little
hauler. Or
picnic
maybe
at the
they get
graveyard?
out
That
a
looks
bit,
like a
but
nice
Charleston,
pavilion.
The capital's like a world away. Forget about DC, New York, California. Those are like a different galaxy. Well-kept cemetery. Dunford Dial.
Yeah, I was just saying,
Another
they keep it really nice.
Dunford. This is the Dunford Row. And we're not going to get a name on those. Gus Cyphers. Very short life of 18 years.
Ooh.
Don't
That's
know
a
what's
little
going on over there.
That's a little scary.
All right, just had the coolest conversation with a guy. It's too bad he didn't want to be filmed. Him and his family were out there at this pretty nice house. He works as a manager. I believe it was a manager at one of the coal companies. They cannot hire young people straight out of high school without a college education or anything for $80,000 to $100,000. He also stated roughly 60% of kids under 20, so I'd say teen years, are on drugs of some sort and don't want to work. So I hate to put the negative story in here, but I like to capture the reality.
He's saying they're hiring people to
And
work in the
that's one
coal
man's
mines for
opinion and his
$100,000.
experiences. Doesn't mean it's.
I guess we know what I'm going to do
through
if
and through
we get
fact.
Rise too.
But that's how we learn about like the local.
I'm going to the
on
coal
ground
mines, guys.
Perspective. Great guy, really cool guy, but a bit pessimistic about like the future of this place because of the drugs and the fact that kids just.
I mean,
do
if
not
it's
wanna
sex,
work.
it's going to
He
be great.
was
But if it's Rise 2, I'm going to the coal
45, I
mines.
think, and said, yeah, in his generation, it was everyone got to work, and now he said this is gonna die out here eventually. He also said there are prostitutes in some of these small towns. The dope heads don't mess with them because everyone's packing. The lady, grandma of the holler, the dope heads don't mess with her.
Oh, I'm sure.
She'll shoot them. He said. Just such a good dude.
Why did I not like
Honest,
Rise?
straightforward,
Rise was
no
fine.
BS.
It's just
that's what you get.
It's not
Just
world,
going
man.
Off these random roads.
I rate it
deep,
slightly
deep,
above
deep
Generations Ultimate
hollers of West Virginia.
in my ranking of Monster Hunters, but it is basically second from last. It's a game made for a 8-year-old Android tablet. You know what I mean? I mean, it was great for what it was, but it's not anything that I want to try and build a Monster Hunter career off of. I feel terrible for people that their first Monster Hunter game was Rise, and like, I'm gonna become a content creator on Rise. It's just like this game did not capture
Starting to
anyone's
get a lot
imagination.
nicer down here as far as properties. But Virginia
800
has,
people,
from
dude.
First impressions, bit of a
Gas $3.49. Is that what it is in the U.S. right now? That seems kind of expensive.
different feel. I gotta say, I miss West Virginia. That's such cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a toss-up between me and GU for Rise and GU. Which one is my least favorite? You know, it's just it depends on the day, I guess. GU, at least, I feel like, depending on the style and the monster, it's like a real
Grundy,
fight.
Virginia. Been out of West Virginia.
Rise,
for
it
just
never really
about
feels like a real
30
fight.
minutes. Feels like a different world out here.
So on GU, just
The
like
Walmart
Adept and
is the luxury edition.
Valor, opposite evasion,
Social
opposite
media has
readiness.
absolutely destroyed, you know, an entire generation as far as
Wow, blaming the social
the only
media.
thing they know how to do is play on cellular phones.
So you were saying when I was inside, it's tough finding kids to work. They don't want to work?
Very hard. Around these parts, I mean, a lot of it goes back to the morals that the families have taught them, and I don't believe they're teaching them the responsibility.
Social
of
media can
work
screw you
ethic in
up.
Society.
Okay. I was
Worse than
thinking when
almost
I got out to
5.
the sticks of West Virginia, it was going to be a bit immune from that. Maybe I was a bit naive. I honestly thought it would be like kids on the streets, BMX bikes.
Society in general, social media has definitely ruined.
Now I'm creating social media. But these are long form videos.
The
They're
kind
long-form
of
videos.
social media you're doing, though, if people look at it and understand it, maybe they'll let their kids get out.
Yeah, you know, it's not like all social media is bad, but there's definitely like when you get hooked on like the Instagram, the TikToks, YouTube Shorts. God, like Twitter's so bad. You know, you could get into a really bad spiral on some of them. Boomer? I mean, I don't mean it's like in short form everything's fine. You know what I mean? Like if you're consuming just a little bit as like fun for a little bit. But if you're really getting into like one of those spirals, like I'm telling you, man, I was sitting on the toilet around Christmas 2 years ago, and my I don't know if they were cousins or nieces, nephew, whatever, were like, hey man, check out TikTok. It's great. And I'll tell you, dude, it's like full on, like it'll hook your brain and you'll just keep scrolling it. Egocentric era, young people don't want to have regular mediocre jobs. It's an era everybody wants to be more. There was some article. It was talking about lazy girl jobs. You know, there's a thing in the news now, and it's like, just find yourself a job that you can do remote without a lot of work that pays $60,000 to $80,000 a year. And that's like a goddamn unicorn. You know, like, you might be like one person I can imagine get very lucky and find a remote job that's $60,000 to $80,000 a year and very easy. But that's not a lot of them. Very few. And like they're getting people to think that you could go out and just find that job. And I don't think that's a healthy expectation to give everyone. Well, even software developer, we got people in the Discord that literally passed all of the coding questions that were given to them, like 15 out of 15, and were denied a coding job because like they didn't answer them better. They got the right answers and everything, but it wasn't as good as they wanted it to be. So, I mean, it's a little bit of both. I mean, on one hand, yes, there's definitely people out there with unrealistic expectations about what sort of job they may be qualified with the amount of experience they have. On the other hand, some employers real dicks, you know? So it's a little bit definitely on both sides.
You know, and kick rocks, play kickball. I mean, something besides just.
Except this one you have working. She said she's on it.
We have very few kids that are 18 to 24 that actually get out and try to produce at a job.
You're holding this place up, huh?
Trying.
Keep these guys in line?
I'm trying.
Is that okay? I'm
Finance
doing a
is
video on
okay.
Appalachia.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool.
So how about the generation you came out of high school with, Shay? What percentage would you say are actually working class Americans at this point?
At this very point, from
very-
my class, I would say maybe 50%,
50.
if that.
Well, if it's the 14 housing market, you're at least guaranteed an apartment
My best friend from
with
high
no
school
rent.
is currently locked up in prison for drugs. So
Just as you were saying a while ago.
I've seen multiple people from my graduating class on drugs and, I mean, just down a wrong path in general. And these are people that have been given opportunities to like go further in life, and they just choose not to. They're content with being what they are, you know.
I think they keep expanding the housing in 14 as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Bad.
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 Very bad.
Okay. So you're saying 50% of kids out here, they're working their butts off. Oh, I don't want to call you a kid. Sorry. How old are you? 18?
I'm 23.
Okay. Sorry. 23. Okay. Young adult. 50% are working their butts off. 50% are junked out on drugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people, they have kids, and their
I'm trying to
parents
figure
are
out what
raising
that
their
restaurant
kids
is.
while they're out here just doing whatever they want to do.
They're junked out on drugs, or mom and dad still taking care of.
It's crazy that we're in the same state right now as Fairfax County, right near DC.
You guys see it? That looks like, is that Pizza Hut? I think it's Pizza Hut, man.
That's where the power center is. That's the nerve center of the country.
Without a doubt.
They're not really caring about
An
you out
amazing
here, huh?
story that we have here personally.
Yeah.
I give people a second chance. Always have.
Yep.
We have a girl here right now who just worked 2 jobs. She finished up 1,400 hours of community service.
Damn.
From a drug pass.
From a
Did
drug.
1,400 hours of community service. What? That's like 35 weeks of full-time community service. Holy crap.
From a drug situation. She's really straightened herself out.
Jesus.
And she is a role employee here.
1,400 hours?
1,400 hours.
1,400 hours. She would go to the courthouse and work 9 to 4, 9 to 5,
Yeah.
come straight here and work 5 to 10, 5 to 11.
Jesus.
And then drive almost an hour home.
Yep.
So when you were in high school, was it hard to avoid the drugs, or it was easy? It was just like that crowd's over there and we're over here, and I have nothing to do with it.
There was drug usage during high school when I was in high school, but it wasn't as bad. Like it
I
was
mean, I'm
not-
glad they gave her a second chance. I mean, 100%, dude. Like, she put in the time. She did it, you know? Saw some news yesterday that Brazil is the second country in the world to have young people between 18 and 24 that don't work and study. U.S. is fine. Yeah, it's an interesting statistic for there to be like, I mean, if you never graduated from college, and I'm not saying college is in any way a guarantee to get good employment, because it's not, it helps, but it's not, you know, if you don't feel like you're going to get paid well, or the job is demeaning or any way, like, I don't really blame people for not wanting to do it.
It's easy to get your hands on something.
Like, I think she said, or maybe she says it, she's a college graduate and she's working at a Pizza Hut. I mean, that's really not fair to her. You know, if she's got a college degree, I mean, it's not even that Pizza Hut's a bad job. It's just, it's not going to be paying her what she should be getting paid.
You know, like, I was one of those people that nobody really talked to me. I mean, I just stayed to myself.
The only Brazilian streamer you know is on hiatus. I mean, Brazil is such a large country. I would think there'd be a lot of people trying to make it as a streamer in Brazil, as the ability, you know, what you can make is based on a global market. I don't know if there's any companies that are doing sponsorships in Brazil, but you could at least build an international community.
I was kind of a A student. I done what I had to do, and then I went home. And I worked from the time I was 16 until now.
Yep.
So, and I'm actually getting ready to graduate college with my
Okay, she's
associate's degree in criminal justice.
Nice.
So,
Been here since she's 16.
been here since I was 16.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's
And
cool.
And it was kind of hard.
Now, are you going to pull over your manager when he's speeding now?
Maybe, yeah. He's gonna get pulled over a lot, I can tell you that much.
And it was harder for me to stay away from it in my generation because everybody was smoking marijuana, which is completely nothing anymore.
You would be amazed that
You're watching, it's about
you can walk
Appalachia
into a store and buy
in the
now.
United States.
And it's changed that much in 5 years?
Yes.
It's a poor, if not the poorest area in the United States, in a mountain range in West Virginia.
Drugs are growing rapidly in this.
She
little
streamed
small
Bloons and
community.
Dark Souls?
I hate to
And
admit
it got even worse after
A
COVID.
good combo.
It did, because everybody was just isolated and you had nothing else to turn to.
Is that a Long John
At least
Silver's?
that's what they thought. But
Make more money at home.
Oh, you would have an
than they
internet
work,
audience
get out
speaking
and work.
Portuguese?
Yeah.
You'd probably want to try and speak English, I guess.
So
Yeah.
all those nice houses coming into Grundy from West Virginia, who are those people? Coal, old money stuff? Or?
Some of them, I mean, and then you have, you know, your school teachers. They live in some of the nicer homes.
So this is a place where the school teacher can live in a nice home.
Oh, yeah. You just got out of high school, right? So how many
That is
people
100%
from your
a
high
Pizza
school
Hut
class do
logo.
you know that are out here in our community doing work?
Doing work?
Yeah, actually working.
So much for richest country in the world? I mean, there's always got to be
I'd
the
say
poorest
probably
place in an
around
area, you know what I mean?
25%, like the majority of them are either
I mean,
on
I
check.
think they said the average income was like $23,000 or $26,000 a year, which, I mean, compared to the whole world, I mean, that I would assume it's better than what you'd make in most countries. But
or
in the U.S.,
living
I
with
mean, it
their
could be
parents,
tough.
And they don't really care to work. I've tried getting them into an engineering program to tell them, you need to do something. Mom and Dad ain't gonna be able to take care of you forever. You're not gonna always have people in your life to support you.
You know, I mean,
You
that's
have
not much different than what an average
you know,
salary would
actually
be in
try to make a name
Japan,
for yourself,
unfortunately.
So checks, how do 19-year-olds get checks?
Well, see, one of my buddies, he got a check because he had a seizure, so he gets $600 like every month.
What was his seizure from?
They said it was from some Japanese disease he had ever since he was born. He was born with it. And one of my friends.
Oh, no, they
he
went into it
on
here.
disability. He
Albino, they
has
talked about the
anxiety,
scripts.
So he still lives with his parents. He still draws those checks. He doesn't try to work.
How old?
He is 20.
Is it legitimate, the anxiety, or is it just like, just to get the money?
Honestly, I can't tell because he does seem to have like panic attacks. Personally, I believe anxiety is something we all share, and it's just something you can work yourself into. But he's always kind of used it as like a crutch, pretty much, to get him out of taking tests, to get him out of participating in physical education.
Right.
And
So he's
now-
he's milking the system.
Oh,
I believe so.
Cotton
So
4K.
He's milking the system.
Cotton 4K. We see you, Pizza Hut.
I believe so.
Okay.
And
so a lot of kids your age are doing that.
I'm glad we got it before we saw it.
Unfortunately, yes.
Me personally, I came from a long line of drug users. I will be the first in my family to hold a college degree. I have to protect myself in order to keep getting further in life. When they put me on the anxiety and depression medicine, it was just irritation all the time, like every little thing. Usually I'm a very patient person. I train people here on a daily. I have a child and everything.
Oh, damn.
And I'm very cool, calm tempered. Like
Damn.
I'm not an angry person at all. And it made me so like irritated. Like every little thing would just piss me off. But once I quit taking it, like I had a couple days where I just did not want to get out of the bed at all. It was just horrible. But after about a week of not taking it, I felt normal. And then I figured out, different coping mechanisms like meditation. I do that. I go on my hikes with my son, we walk the dog,
Cool.
And we have a whole farm full of animals. Like we've got lizards, snakes, everything. So we kind of keep ourselves occupied,
So you're off the medication.
Yeah, I mean,
now, and you found better therapy through nature.
It's
Yes. How many
whatever
people do you
whatever
think are
stuff
on
you take for
medicine
anxiety or
roughly
whatever, like
around
it's
here?
you're not necessarily going to get it right in the first shot.
What percentage?
In this area, 65% of the people would be on some.
I want to
kind of
visit that
medicine,
all-you-can-eat
some form.
Pizza Hut, man. I'd get so fat.
And I mean, as far as the depression medicine, I'd say well over half on it alone.
How much is it?
But see, what they do is a lot. We had an employee that worked here. He would not let the medicine get in his system. It would make him do all these crazy things. And then he'd go to the doctor and tell him it wasn't working, and they'd put him on something else. And plus, he was doing other things with this medicine.
What was he
I don't
doing?
know what. And it just, and I seen that, and I was going,
18-year-old kid.
yeah, 18-year-old kid ruined his life almost.
I mean, the brain is just such a complex thing, and how you're raised and everything like that. Like, nurture can definitely affect things as well. It's a trial and error until you find something that works and makes life better for you,
I just caught one like that. Look, if you look on.
You guys mind if I film this? Is that cool?
Let's see if I can hook into it. If I hook into it, you can film the whole thing. I gotta get down in here though. I don't think you'll be able to get down in here. It's all mud.
I'll get you from above.
Dude, I had one that was beating my pole up under the bridge. And then that one that I just hooked.
This guy's so excited, man.
Yeah, that one big one is like that.
This guy's so
Am I scaring
stoked.
the fish? Sitting up here?
Not really, but I believe I done scared them because I hooked that big one and then it broke me off. And
Oh, you should have been here 10 minutes ago, man.
I missed the moment. Hey, so your buddy here was saying you're a diesel mechanic.
yeah,
You're going to school for it, right?
yeah.
Cool. Good to hear these stories, because I was just downtown and they're saying kids aren't working it all these days.
I want to go to college, get my degree in history and archaeology.
Nice. Nice. And your boy's here from Indiana?
Yep.
You work at Dairy Queen?
Yep, manager at Dairy Queen.
Manager?
Damn.
Nice.
He looks
How old
like
are you?
16.
What?
Are you the youngest manager in Dairy Queen history?
Blew up in 1939.
How are you a
What, the
manager
mine?
at a Dairy Queen? at
Killed
16?
like 50 people. It's still up there too. There's a carving on the mine entrance with the date on it. They brought a bunch of Italian sculptors in here to do it.
Oh, no way.
That says 1937 on it. The guy I know, Ed Talbot, he's going to start making a heritage trail up there very soon.
Cool. So you guys really respect your miners?
Yes, sir. And then also, we're really proud of our veterans here too. Matter of fact, during the Civil War, this county supplied supplied men for 3 units to go in. The 34th Virginia Cavalry, 10th Kentucky Cavalry, and the 2nd Virginia State Line.
You're into history?
What really got me into it was my grandma telling me stories about my pawpaw, or about my 3rd great grandfather, was her pawpaw. He was a native, half native, and he signed up in the 34th. He fought Gettysburg, Sharpsburg, all that.
Damn.
That's what really got me into it. Private Andrew Cole, Company C, 34th Virginia Cavalry, Witcher's Battalion. I got a grant at Longwood University, 4 years, history, archaeology up in Farmville.
They paying your tuition?
Mm-hmm.
Full ride?
Yeah, and then 2 years of it
Damn.
I spent in London.
UK?
Damn.
London?
Sing for it. Wait, what? Sing for
Sing
me?
for it.
What do you want me to sing?
Follow you to virgin.
Yeah, I sing too. Of course, these boys had to bring it up.
Let's hear it.
That before these callous hands and all this work, we used to sit up at the fly.
No, I think he's good, man.
Acting like we live forever.
I can't sing like him.
Getting high and skipping class. Yeah, I reckon we were heathens, but in her eyes we were saints. Now we're calling all the boys.
These guys seem like they'd be
home,
fun to hang out with.
'cause heaven's angels carried her away. So I follow you.
That car was going kind of fast.
And although it hurts me so, lay to rest this mountain beauty that the world's
This is a talented guy there.
He
got a full ride.
Up in glory. I can see her through the pine.
That car was going too fast.
Thanks, man. That was so cool.
When you're a bored kid in Appalachia, I mean, you get into anything that's interesting. I mean,
So you either get into anything interesting or you get into drugs, right?
I mean, pretty much. It is an epidemic here. It's bad. And it's not so much the marijuana and stuff like that. It's stuff like meth, heroin, things of that sort. I've seen my family destroyed by it. I've seen other people's families
that's
destroyed
awful.
by it. My stepfather was on the meth real bad. He's no longer with us, cousin.
I'm sorry, man.
But
Shadows, thank you.
Shadows is just
I want
resubscribed
to
for
show
50
people
months.
that Appalachia is not.
God, man.
That we are more than just drugs and coal mining. I mean,
Yeah.
we have history here that spans, if you're counting the Native American history, spans about 1,000 years.
Right.
We have so much more to offer, the culture, the music, the people. The people are just
Yeah.
great.
I agree.
I mean, folks here will.
He seems
will help
pretty talented.
Anyone. It doesn't matter who you are.
I mean, he's well spoken. I mean, he's
That's
not
what I
on
love
any
about him.
drugs. He's got a
Is that
full ride.
No
He'll
matter
probably
what
do
your
fine.
background is, no matter where you come from, they'll help you.
Yeah.
If you're a good person, if you have respect, they will help you. And yeah, sometimes we get a little rowdy, sometimes we get a little reckless, but, you know, just good-hearted people.
So what do you think is needed in Appalachia?
Better leadership, I think.
It's an interesting shirt
Pride.
the Dairy Queen manager has
Not a lot of
on.
folks are proud of who they are.
They're not proud here. I thought Appalachian people were very proud.
Well, the older generation is. But a lot of the younger generation, you know, they've kind of lost their way a little bit.
Why do you think they're not proud?
Because people's never taught them. People's
Axe
never taught
Trainees,
them
thank
where
you.
they
Alex
come
Trites
from,
just
where
resubscribed
Wear a
for 40
shirt
months.
how
like
resilient
that.
they actually
This
are.
shirt has a little.
You know?
Right.
Where is
Because
it?
our ancestors,
There's like a little
at least
rip
mine,
in it
speaking for
right
mine,
here.
I'm a direct
So I
descendant of
could
Viking
like cut it
kings.
down to the
All the
nipples
kings in Southwest Virginia is descended from
because
Bjorn
it's
Ironside.
kind of ripped. I
First
bought
king
it.
in
It was
America
ripped.
was a guy named Geron Sweenus Bjornsson. He got the last name King as a nickname, as an epithet, given to him because he was in the Swedish army, and he was the bastard son of a noble from the House of Munza.
Mm-hmm.
And he came to Pennsylvania in the 1620s. Now, his
I mean, it's
descendants
too
actually
thin,
moved to
man. I mean,
Salem.
it's not
His
even covering his
great-grandson,
nipples.
Lieutenant Matthias Keene ended up founding Keene Mountain, and he was a soldier in the Continental Army. I mean, badass people, very badass people.
Makes you proud to be a descendant of that, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that's a little sus, and I'm not saying anything, and you know, if I were in his situation, I would probably be the same way. But he's talking awful highly about people that served in the Confederate side of the Civil War. But again, it's your history, it's your lineage, it's something to be proud of, I guess. But it's like a little fucked up.
You got that was
That was instant, man.
That was allowed. I got this.
Oh my God.
What's going on?
I just hooked into a giant and lost him. Lost him. Oh, you lost
You lost him again.
The fish.
The Romans just copied the Greeks' homework and made it a little different.
Who are you a bigger fan of, the Romans or the Greeks?
Oh, Greeks, 100%. I kind of do have a little bit of beef against the Romans.
You have beef against the
What are the
Romans?
A little bit.
Why?
Because what they did to the Germanic people. Not just Germanics, but the Celts too. A mass genocide, man. They got them back. Special Battle of Teutoburg Forest, 85 AD. You know the whole story of Arminius?
You are way more up on this stuff than me.
Arminius was a Germanic auxiliary for the Romans.
I'm not.
But he defected and was a general for the Germanic tribesmen. Led them into the Black Forest, set trees ablaze, cut them down, divided up the legionaries. It was a bloodbath. General Varus was killed too.
I mean, he's going to be good at something.
And it also confused the Romans because Arminius was still wearing his Roman armor. And actually, if you go to Munich, there's a statue of Arminius.
That kind of reminds me of the beginning of Gladiator with Russell Crowe.
Me and my camp, the Lieutenant Colonel Vincent A. Witcher camp of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, we put up the first Confederate statue in Buchanan County last year.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like I get it. You're proud. You've got a family history. There's a lineage and all that. Like putting up like Confederate statues. I get it if there is a Confederate statue, but putting up like a new one?
My family cemetery. It was at the grave of my fourth great grandmother, Elizabeth Jackson Kelly, and her husband died during the Battle of McDowell in Highland County, Virginia.
So, okay, for many people, when they hear Confederate, all they think is of racism.
I mean,
nah, man.
What are your thoughts on that? Like, do you have friends from different ethnicities, or is that an issue?
Oh yeah. I don't have a problem with anybody. My fourth great grandfather on my dad's side was a black man who fought in the Confederate Army. His name was Private Nathaniel Hawthorne, and he was a sharpshooter for the 37th Virginia Infantry from Russell County. Racism confuses me. It really does.
Well,
simply because of the fact that we all come from the same place.
Okay.
First evidence of humanity popped up in
I was like, don't let him cook. Don't let him cook. Okay.
About 2 million years ago.
Okay.
That's where humanity come from. We are all humans. That's why racism, I think, is...
Again, I'm not saying, Maxing Life, that if you got family from the Confederacy or that you have a Confederate flag, that you are racist. I'm just saying most people would assume...
Excuse my French, kind of bullshit. You know, it's made to divide people. It's made to tear people down.
I didn't get my first cell phone until I was 15 years old. I woke up at daylight, went with my papaw. We worked in the garden. When it come hay time, we mowed, tethered, raked, all the hay. I've threw hay bales since I was 8 years old. I've pushed around 4x4 bales of hay, rows. They're like that big around. I've rode them around. I got a dirt bike one time. Messed the wheel up on it. Had to have a whole new chain, had to have a carburetor.
Where's the story going?
Dad looked at me, and it was because he wanted me to have responsibility and work for what I got because I'd appreciate it.
Is this the cell phone?
And I had to go out, I weed eated, and then I fixed my motorcycle with the money I made. Anything I've ever had, my dad helped me with one vehicle. He paid half on my first vehicle. That's all he done. From now on, I'm 18 and I've probably had 40 vehicles.
Jesus Christ, 40? Kid. How do you have... He's got a new car every week.
40.
40.
Just trading up. I'd fix them up, sell them. You can ask Zach. That's all I've ever done.
Yeah.
Is work on vehicles. I could take this truck right here, take the motor and transmission out of it tonight, and tomorrow day have everything put back together.
So you're saying kids don't work like you did?
No, they don't. Some of them do. Now, don't get me wrong.
50-50?
Yeah. Because nowadays...
Okay, so, I mean, he's been flipping a new car every week, which that makes a lot more sense.
It's like mommy and daddy spoils you. And I guess that's just how it goes.
Not only that, but a lot of people around here are on, like, checks. They get checked.
That's neat.
for
That's neat
Social
how they call the
Security,
Social
and
Security as the checks.
That's how the youth is brought up here. They're brought up that, okay, so my mom and dad lived this way, so it ain't a problem.
I can
living
live
this
that way,
neither.
you know. That's what they think. Okay.
But you guys weren't brought up like that?
No. My mom.
I've watched this boy right here with his mama. They completely redone the inside of a house that was from what, 19 or 1800s?
Yeah, my house was built in 1910.
And I've watched him rebuild that whole house. This man can build anything.
Yeah, that's
out of wood.
good, often.
Make you tables, make you chairs, anything you want. He's a woodwork guy.
Yeah.
But now I'm not gonna lie to you. Schooling, you put a book in front of me, I'm an idiot. I'm in college for 6 months right now. One of my welding classes, I get my diesel, I get my Class A CDLs, and then as soon as I'm done with that, I go straight to work.
And you're really set because less people your age are doing that now.
I don't think there's really many people
I
at all
think that
getting
I'm
into
doing
trucking
it
and stuff like that.
because, in a way, that's the only thing that I know. And I lived paycheck to paycheck growing up. That's how it went. It wasn't because Dad and them couldn't provide for us. It was because my dad was in a bad motorcycle accident, and he couldn't hardly walk. But I want more for my kids.
Does he already have
than
kids?
what,
He's 18.
I have. I'm not going to give them everything. They're still going to have to work.
He's lived too much life for 18 years old. I'm sorry. I don't want to be ageist. If you're 18 in chat, what the hell are you doing here? Second of all, that's too much life, man. 40 cars and children at 18, that's too much.
Like, I didn't go on my first vacation, like an actual vacation, like let's say to the wilderness, till I was with my best friend, and I earned the money to pay for it. Because Dad, he couldn't walk around the way that everybody else did, and then I've carried him from inside my house to his truck, set him in his truck, and then carry him from the truck all the way back in the house because he was on a cane.
There's an age restriction
And-
on chat. There is,
But
13.
besides all that, there's kids here that work, and they work their hind end off.
We just had somebody not that long ago. Kinez's in chat said, I'm 12, and he got banned from Twitch. And he had to file an appeal because he said he was 12 and somebody reported him.
But then there's them kids that's privileged that it's because of the Social Security check. Why would you give a drug
He got
dealer
unbanned.
Social
But he had to
Security
give them like proof.
when he's putting all of his money towards something that is tearing this state down? Why would you do
Someone
that?
did it, man.
Knowing that they are a drug addict.
So why do you think they do
I
it?
know at least
He's got an enemy.
20 people that have to go to the methadone clinic every other week
Yeah, it's messed up, man.
just because they're so hooked.
It's like a great documentary for all of the great people in Appalachia. And I'm not saying just because somebody has a drug problem, they're not a great person. But I think this documentary could give you an incorrect total picture of what's going on.
And they draw Social
There are
Security.
3 more videos than this? Holy crap.
All right, guys, Kentucky, 10 minutes that way, but we're not going to make it today because it's getting dark.
Jesus, how old am I? 26?
What an amazing adventure today through Appalachia, through the far most removed part of Appalachia.
28.
You can see how important coal is. It's sort of the center point of everything in this region. It's beautiful. The people are fantastic as far as everyone I met today. And some didn't want to get on camera, understandably so. But you saw some of them on camera,
Was it a 50
which were
to
great.
20?
And drugs, obviously. I mean, that's everywhere in the country. Going up, but I think it's even more concentrated here in this region. Tomorrow, meeting up with a 5th generation
I think it's a great
coal miner in
video. I
Kentucky.
thought this was a great
That'll be the
documentary
next
for
video.
sure. I'm just thinking, like, you know, you're not like what the overall imagery, you know what I mean, is I think maybe a little could maybe not show the full picture. But I mean, I don't blame him because like it's actually a really cool, like, not YouTuber thing. Like there's definitely YouTubers that would like be shoving their camera in the face of somebody like nodding off or tweaking out on their porch, you know, and have zero issue with putting it up on YouTube. Definitely. Man, it's a shame that Roswell documentary was like the crazy guy again. I love that William Shatner one, though. That one was so good. I want to see if I can find another one. Give me one second. Hold on. And the last one is, I mean, this guy's great. I mean, we've been watching a lot of what I would call low to mid-budget documentaries. This guy is like the real deal, dude. I saw this the other day, and like, can we just watch? It's not long. Oh, it is long. Holy crap. If this gets really depressing, I'm just going to turn it off. This is my 13-year-old child drinks vodka every Friday?
This is Caitlin. She likes tomato ketchup. She likes it too much. She's just had 8 baby teeth removed. This is Leon. His mother follows him home with a wheelchair because he's too heavy to walk. Macaulay is 13. He's been drinking half a bottle of vodka every Friday. These children belong to a generation with conditions that doctors say are preventable.
It sounds like she's been drinking vodka straight.
Alcohol misuse, childhood obesity, rotting teeth, and hearing problems linked to parental smoking. Doctors say these conditions are caused by the way children live.
Yeah? Oh, poor little guy.
Just shouldn't be happening. You know, these children should not be suffering from these problems, and they should not be here at this hospital. And people are starting to say maybe this is a generation where children will be dying
kids in a hospital?
before their
Look.
parents.
It's my 13-year-old child drinks vodka every Friday. I just wanted to know, what is the situation you get into where you're drinking vodka every Friday? All right, hold on. I'll find another one. That's what I want. Somebody's buying that kid vodka. I'm going to find another UFO video. This is a short one. He lives in the UK and I drank young too. Half a bottle? That's one thing, you take a beer from your dad.
It was like gold in medieval times.
Quite a funny one. This one's a spooky one.
Oh, not tobacco. Sugar.
That everything we thought we knew about the world might turn out to be completely wrong.
I mean, I know kids that started smoking early. I don't know that many.
Flesh and blood being in the middle of flames, and it's not burning.
This object was something out of Star Wars of today. I just sat there and I was totally gobsmacked. And a very strange thing was about to happen to me that changed my life forever.
Wem in Shropshire, 1995. Horrified locals witnessed a fierce fire demolish the old town hall.
You like the kids' documentary more?
The true cause of the fire remains unknown even today. But as the smoke cleared, a far more sinister mystery rose from the ashes.
I think this is supposed to be by an alien. They think an alien did it.
Today, the restored town hall is once again a local landmark. Its restoration was a huge project for the town, and one of the first people on the scene the morning after
The Americans sent their aliens
demolitions
over.
expert Roger Stokes.
It was the morning after that I arrived here at the town hall to look at the damage.
Why do I give this
the-
guy such
the
a
fire
creepy
officer
angle?
And assess what we could do to make the building safe. So we walked up the metal fire escape, which had managed to survive. You get this sooty, oily deposit. And as we got up there and we came to walk onto the landing, I noticed a series of what appeared to be footprints coming across, diagonally across the landing. Looking at them, I thought, well, these are a child's footprints. They look to be about the size that are, I don't know, 10, 12, possibly 14. And I happened to mention to the fire officer, I said, the kids have been up here early this morning, haven't they? And he said, well, no, there's been nobody up here at all. We're the first two people that have been up here. We've had fire crew on duty all night, and there's also been police officers outside. So there's nobody been up here at all.
I mean, it sounds like it was probably an
Stokes
electrical
is not naturally
fire.
superstitious. And as the reconstruction of the hall was a priority,
Activate
he
the
wrote
AI
incident
thingy?
off.
You're not ready
Until
for
a
this.
few weeks later.
One of the labourers, along with the site agent, saw a figure. They couldn't see the head in detail, but it looked like somebody wearing a long dress. And there was a glow around it. They obviously didn't really take too long a look at this. They saw it and hightailed it back down the stairs as fast as they could go.
Had something sinister happened on the night of the fire? What or who was behind these unexplained sightings? When the demolition crew had moved in to clear the wreckage, one small section of the original town hall had mysteriously survived.
I'm staring at you. I'm just trying to make good eye contact.
Now hanging in the new entrance held a vital clue.
You don't like this? I can't help it.
It was in March 1677 that the what become known as...
It's really hard not to look at the camera.
Out in a cottage at the top of Leek Lane, at the about 50 yards from what is now
Don't look at you.
modern town hall.
How weird is it for me to stare at the camera? It's very easy. I'm using a plug-in that makes it so I always look at the camera.
The scapegoat, I suppose, for it was Jane Cherm, a 14-year-old.
I'm not looking at the camera right now.
Who was preparing a fire for her sister coming home from work, and she accidentally set fire to the inside of the thatched roof of the cottage where she was
turning this one off.
Working.
It just sounds like somebody accidentally set a fire. They're like, oh, maybe an alien did it. This was the good one, too. This was the one, the William Shatner one. We're gonna watch we got a prison one here. At least it's adults.
Okay, Bravo, take note. Can start unlocking hero image.
Stop telling me to stop. I can't stop.
I was apprehended for drug trafficking. I was petrified.
I don't know how to tell my parents that he charged was death penalty.
Is there no...
To a third time of trial. He told me that, Iskandar, now they decide to give you an offer. 24 years for trafficking.
There's no...
And 1 year.
There's no subtitles there. I could just like sit in silence and just stare at chat for a while. Man, make myself small. I can make myself smaller. Let me find something to put on first. We've got Vegas's Dark Side, the stories of ex-prostitutes. That's almost like the host thing, huh? Any videos on birds? Yeah, I mean, probably. This looks amazing. That is a good one.
We envy birds.
I'm not staring. I'm watching the documentary,
watching them
man.
enjoy the freedom of a three-dimensional space. Flight allows them to get to hard-to-reach places and perform aerial acrobatics in protecting home
God, I
ranges
love birds.
and searching for food.
Imagine being a. Well, hold on. Let me click for a second. Imagine you're a mouse, and like an owl's coming for your ass. Like you're so done. Like there's nothing you can do. It is going to eat you. And I envy them. If I could get eaten by an owl, my life would be so much better. Look at his weird ass little legs too. he's got like pants on, man. What do you think this looks like in the Twitch channel directory? There's like a bald man staring at you.
But it's not always easy. It takes a lot of effort to graduate air school. And there is a new bunch of cadets arriving, all hoping to get their wings.
Bald man staring at you in the corner of the screen. Mommy, I'm not looking at you. I'm just looking at the screen.
Some birds seem to come out of the egg ready to take to the wing.
I'll make myself a
meadows
little
of Europe,
smaller.
Common quails scrape out their living, gathering seeds, leaves, and bugs.
Creeping from the corner.
Their chicks grow at a rate of knots, learning from
Aston
their
is
mother
okay.
what to eat and not to eat. And though they are best suited to a life on the ground, running and hiding from danger, it will be just 11 days before they are ready to take flight.
Make only half my face visible, so just like one eye. I'm not looking at you,
It's good for
man.
emergencies. When a predator is on the prowl, they can make a speedy escape.
I love this documentary. Look at him go! Look at his little furry pants!
The buzzard will have to make do with worms. They're easier to catch. While the
It's so
quails are flying
distracting.
from the word go, there are other families that engage in a more long-term
When it
commitment.
locks on, man, it's like, it's really locked on. It's creeping you out a little. Alright, fine, I'll turn it off.
The white stork is a famous flyer, long embroiled in mythology. It was said to deliver newborn babies.
Knoxville
Of course
just
it doesn't.
resubscribed
Please.
Not
57
human ones
months.
anyway.
Violets are
But was a
blue.
convenient
Please do not
way
tell
for
her you
parents
ship
to
them.
explain to
I'm
children.
telling you,
She
Sam,
will
that
believe
goes
you.
to
We
bed.
will get charged.
Because they have long been considered a symbol of good luck, storks are welcomed into communities and often nest on buildings or even
I
purpose-built
will
nesting
not.
platforms.
I'm gonna do the. I haven't washed your sheets yet.
The
I
male
should.
chooses the nest site, and
My
he'll
shirt's
need to
slightly
make a good
transparent.
decision.
Ooh.
The platform will need to support his family
I don't know why
for
that
more than
is,
2
but that's really
months.
funny.
The female seems to like his handiwork.
Dude, there is no way I'm pushing the beds together until I've washed your sheets. No way.
The head bobbing and bill clapping are dance moves and chat-up lines. The female can't resist joining in. They'll mate and lay eggs.
Hell yeah.
It will be another month
is that
until
mating?
the little ones hatch.
Excuse me. This is a family-friendly stream. And now you gotta lay all those eggs.
He plans to do some home renovation.
Oh, what a good guy.
The nests are added to every year and can reach 3 meters in height. His craft is hampered when the materials fight back.
Is it kind of like that bird is like a human, man. Like he's working with tools. Like that's like, you don't expect a bird to do. I mean, we know they make nests, but like that's crazy.
The timber arrives, courtesy of 2-meter wings.
I'd rather be on the bird side than human side, definitely. That's cool.
Nesting is a demanding business, and the ability to fly makes a huge difference in the delivery of materials.
Do you think that's like a problem for the people's house that is? Favorite bird? Crows are cool.
But all over the world, wings are at work, creating platforms for parenthood.
Any Corvid is pretty badass. Those look like chimneys. Oh, maybe.
Other birds, like bee-eaters, use their wings to nest high, flying to cliff faces, where they can excavate chambers
oh my God, show
that are
them.
out of reach of predators.
Show them excavate a chamber. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, he uses his little feet.
They have some noisy neighbors. Rollers.
Wow.
In the
Those
early
are pretty
days
birds.
of the breeding season, there is much competition for the best spots. Pairs stake out their favorite perches and try to keep trespassers
They need a
at bay.
prime banging branches?
It doesn't always work, and a featherweight fight ensues.
Kick his ass. They're gonna show bird battle! Dude! Dude!
This colorful
No!
community is made entirely from insect catchers.
If you get knocked off, you don't get a bang. That's terrible.
As their names suggest, bee-eaters specialize in bees and bash the insects to get rid of their painful stings.
Oh!
Once disarmed, the bugs
Oh!
make for a romantic meal.
It's so sweet.
Though there is a bit of a queue for the best table in the house.
Man, those are some pretty ass birds.
Once again, the male uses food to butter up his mate.
Did you say that's similar in human society? A little bit. Right? Honey, I got you your own combo meal from the Taco Bell. I got you a Baja Blast. Would that work? What's the best meal? I got pizza and White Claw. I bet that would work.
Less romantic is the way they
McDouble?
discard the hard beetle shells.
2 McDoubles for $4? Go see for you. Let me show you the meal you got me.
Once they get their perch back, the bee eaters can seal the deal.
Are we gonna see more bird sex? I'm not sure how comfortable I. Ooh, look at that move. I think I've done that move before. I don't want to get personal with you guys. Okay? I don't want to overshare. I'm sorry, but I've done this move.
Seal the deal.
This one. Yeah. Oh, look, check that out. Now we're right next to each other. This one's like pretending like, oh, they don't see anything. Oh no! Oh no! No! Dude! You gotta. Yeah, all right, hold on. I mean, it's not the same. In human society, it's different.
The nursery.
It's different in human society. It's not. You don't go straight.
Both
to the
male
slide.
and female birds will do the hard
No,
graft.
no.
Though sometimes they also bring in contractors.
That's
Perhaps
not part of my
last year's
move.
Chicks who hang
That's
around
not my
can
move.
help out.
Shove on their back and scream.
They break up the ground with their sharp beaks, then kick away the rubble.
That's it. So quick. I mean, okay. That part, pretty accurate. Fair. Yeah, I scurry like that.
Flight enables birds to live wherever they want. In the case of woodpeckers, it means they can enjoy
Woodpeckers
tree
are so interesting.
and use their wood bashing.
Wait.
In the case
Who saw this coming? Who saw this happening? This is like a jump
of
scare.
woodpeckers, it means they can enjoy tree trunks
Is he coming out from the other side?
and use their wood bashing fame to carve out a fortress of a nest.
That tree does not look rotten. I've heard that woodpeckers always go after rotten trees. That tree looks fine, man.
Other
Chat
birds prefer
begging. Ooh, streamer, we want more Monster Hunter content. No variety. Monster Hunter all the time.
to be out on a limb.
Like, fine. Here's a randomizer mod. Here's a wiggly mod. Here's an all credits run. We want more Monster Hunter.
The
me
golden
more.
orioles can't afford to rest when they have such a hungry brood to feed.
More content, Creamer. Yo, they really stocked up. Those things are going
For most
crazy.
bird species, a close bond forms between the parents. They need to work together in their child rearing.
It's nice to see parents working together like this.
The female woodchat shrike is on babysitting duty.
National
and must rely on
Geographic
her
series of
mate to
Monster
keep the
Hunter?
food coming.
It's interesting how even the really, really old games, you actually get a little bit of the endemic stuff, right?
One of the challenges for nesting birds is that for the most part, chicks take a long time to go from
World
pink
is
and
really good for
useless
that, yeah.
to capable flyers.
Look at all those worms, man. Save some for everyone else.
And for
Look
the
at that
weeks
pile
or
of
months
worms,
growth,
dude.
It means the parents are constantly on the go.
Yo.
Weeks or months of growth.
Yo, how many worms did that one bird get? He got like everything.
It means the parents are constantly on the go.
That one on the left didn't get anything.
Nesting in trees or tucked away in the undergrowth
Poor
is
little
one
guy.
way of avoiding predators. But
Be
another
hungry.
is to nest on an island.
Holy, look how many birds are on that. Holy crap. That's insane.
Hundreds of thousands of seabirds may share the least inviting, most windswept of rocks. With their mastery of the air, gannets are perfectly at home on the sea-battered cliffs.
How that one bird's like looking.
Guillemots too crowd the ledges. Ferrying in fish for
Oh,
their
there's
young.
like flying penguins.
Being surrounded by sea keeps the chicks
been a bad
safe
week.
from
What
land
happened?
predators.
It's only Thursday,
But
right?
attacks
Is it
can
even
still come
Thursday?
from the skies from predatory birds.
It's Wednesday. Oh, look at the little guy.
A skua, the pirate of the sea, looks for an unguarded baby.
What is he gonna do? Insurance screwed you over. Dude, insurance sucks so bad.
But there are some places that are out of reach to any would-be threat. Thanks to some of the longest wings on Earth, over 3 meters tip to tip, the Andean condor can live on top of the world.
4 days to put on a new roof and
Condors
clear the
have
trees.
mastered
4 days, you
low-cost
can't even get a
flights.
contractor out there to give
Living
you an
over
estimate.
mountains, they can find rising thermals and air currents and use their broad
Unless they want to
wings
send
catch
one
a ride.
themselves. That's what I would say. You
Throughout
can send
South
one over
American
if you want.
mountain ranges, they seek ledges thousands
Holy
of
crap, you
meters
got it
above
done?
sea
Jesus
level,
Christ.
their preferred nesting ground.
I don't know how you did that.
They pair for life and will both help raise their young.
I don't know how you even found
As
a
long as the
contractor that
weather's
would do that in
reasonable,
such short
they
notice.
can
That's
glide for
insane.
hours without expending any energy
Oh my
flapping
God.
their wings.
Imagine if you can glide indefinitely without flapping your wings.
They are so fuel efficient that they can afford to live by scavenging, soaring effortlessly over their 200-kilometer territories until they spot a carcass.
Yeah, I mean, you had... I don't even know how that's legal for the insurance to be like, you've got 4 days.
On the ground, they are nervous and eat quickly. They'll cram in as much as they can.
Oops, all
to the
birds and
point
Iceborne?
where they can
How many
barely
birds
take
even
off.
are there, Pookie?
The mated pair watch from the wings.
I mean, if insurance was paying for it.
Once the carcass is stripped bare, they climb the thermals back to their nest.
Just glide. These are the working man birds. I like these birds. Oh, and then what, you're going to get reimbursed? Well, I mean, to get it done that short notice, I'm sure
The
it
condor's
was
flap-free gliding couldn't
probably
contrast
$30,000
more
to
with the high-powered
$40,000.
flight of the hummingbird.
You're not getting reimbursed? That sounds like you need to get a lawyer involved. I'd be getting a lawyer involved, man.
The smallest birds on Earth, the hummers, are also the most maneuverable.
That's what that's time for.
Their wings beat in a figure of 8, flapping 90 times a second. Like mini helicopters, they can go in any
They're amazing,
direction.
man. Hummingbirds are unreal. I don't really see the figure 8.
This type of
You guys
flight
see the figure
requires
8?
a
I see
huge
that
amount of
sometimes
fuel,
they move the position
and
a
so
little
the
bit.
hummingbirds must eat twice their body weight every day in energy-rich nectar.
You see it? I don't really see it. It just seems very unreasonable, Incognito Man. It seems like they just don't want to pay, which is
There
obvious
is
for
even
an
more
insurance
pressure
company.
for the single mums when they have to provide for their bee-sized baby as well as themselves.
Oh, the little baby hummingbird. The little guy. The little beady eye. Well, I mean, if you have the paperwork and such done 3 days after deadline, if they're going to reimburse you, then fine. All's well that ends well. It just seems...
Peregrine falcons are often
I'd be
considered
scared,
the
dude.
fastest birds, but that's only when diving, where their performance is enhanced by the forces of gravity. Nonetheless, they are fast and skillful flyers, but it takes a lot of practice to master their
They've
art.
been blasting dumps on that rock. Hugh Malo, good afternoon.
The These downy chicks still have a long way to go.
Peregrine falcons are beautiful, man. You feeding them meat? It's amazing how they're like all white. Like they don't have any coloring at all at that point. They're just all fluff.
Birds of prey are some of the most spectacular flyers, using their skills to hunt. With less speed, but lots of power.
Can we just
agility,
reflect on like
long-legged
how
buzzard has its
insanely better this documentary is compared to the one where we had that British guy mumbling about how an alien might have started a fire in some church? What's the list?
eye on a pheasant pair.
The list was a PsyOps campaign I did against people that posted spoilers. What sucks, Incognito Man? You done the repairs previously? I mean, what was the issue? Was there like a storm or something that blew off some of the roof?
I'm not gonna tell you again. Stay off my list.
Oh, it just didn't count? I see. Nowadays, Basil Boy, I usually just ban them. I don't do the list anymore.
Owls have a unique flying
Well, I mean,
adaptation.
presumably the repairs
Their
lasted
feathers are covered with
for a little
tiny,
while, right?
hair-like down that reduce turbulence. It means they are silent in flight
No,
and can take their prey
the
by
mouse!
surprise.
That's me. Consume me. Did he get him? Yo, he got him. Oh, yeah. He's done. He's gone. He just slurped him up, man. He's just like looking around. All right.
Birds of prey can even move between mediums. From high above, the osprey can look down into the water.
Slurp him. Look at those legs. He looks all right. Can we just like appreciate how majestic and amazing they look as they're going into the water, and then how derpy they look when they're coming out of the water? That's like exactly how I look coming out of the shower. Insurance shopping after this, I can at least price-wise really recommend AAA insurance, Incognito Man. I've never needed to get any repairs from them. I did have to get repairs from Liberty Mutual once, and one time it was really great, and then the second time it was really bad. So I dropped them. If you have the ability to get
Rough pads on
USAA,
his
that's
feet
probably the one to go.
grip the slippery prey.
They clean up real fast, actually. Look, that fish is still moving, man. He's not letting go.
This fish is a gift for his mate.
Dude, it's like the history of life is like feeding your mate.
Being a smooth mover is very attractive to other birds of prey, so they often show off their skills.
Well, remind me to never get State Farm, Incognito Man.
When
Thank you.
courting or training their young, harriers perform aerial acrobatics. These chicks are totally dependent on their parents.
Come on,
for
you can get
food.
that fly, man. Get it.
And when the male
You
arrives
suck.
with a food package, rather than dropping it off at the nest, it's passed in mid-air.
Yo! Dude, that was amazing!
Passed in mid-air.
That's crazy, dude.
Dinner is served. It was a generous meal, but not enough to stop the chicks from fighting.
What?
Meal, but not enough to stop the
You ever kick your brother in the face to take the food that he was eating for yourself?
chicks from fighting.
Dude. That's messed up, man. Like you guys, like this one's just like looking. He's not even trying to get into it. He's just like, yo, you guys just do your thing. Have I?
Survival of the fittest is played out in nests. Usually the oldest and therefore biggest chick has the greatest chance of growing up.
Oh no, that sounds
Luckily
terrible.
for this
man.
family, both parents seem especially good at keeping up with the food demands.
I mean, there's got to be a point where like one of the chicks would be full.
Fishermen
and the
are
others
among
could
the most
eat.
agile of flyers, and few more so than the terns. Despite their delicate appearance,
I like that noise.
despite their Despite their delicate
He's like the
appearance,
goblin of the
Arctic
pack.
terns migrate from pole to pole. All of their kind are among the most
They go from
acrobatic
pole
of
to
birds.
pole. Holy crap! I mean, it's already 7 hours, yeah.
They dip and dive for fish to feed their rapidly growing young.
He's going goblin mode. Look at him! Is he? It's kind of appreciable that, like, basically all baby birds are goblins.
They also put their aerial skills to the test in defending their nests from any intruder, no matter how big.
No. What's he doing? Yo, he's gonna kick your ass, dude. Get his ass. Get his ass. Get his ass. Oh, you think that's funny? Just leave. Why are you all walking there? That one is just straight up on that woman's head. That's so funny. He's like hitching a ride. I'm not a big fan of seagulls, dude. I'm assuming that's a seagull.
Wings are the tools of flight, but they probably didn't evolve for that purpose.
What?
Fossil evidence suggests feathered wings were first used for display
seagulls,
to attract mates or intimidate rivals.
I just don't really
and
like
they still serve that role.
Yo, that's a cool walk.
Cranes display with their spectacular wings.
That's beautiful, man.
However, feathers need a great deal of upkeep. All birds groom, keeping their plumage in good shape.
That's nice of them grooming each other. I didn't realize they were so fastidious about their feathers, man.
Because a bird in bad shape is not going to last long.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Grounded, the young kittiwake's fate is sealed.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's like, it's like a baby? Uh-oh. Oh no!
To make sure they don't get caught out, birds take every opportunity to bathe.
I mean, a bird that can't fly, I mean, what can it do? Unless it's like an ostrich. Maybe a penguin, I guess? It could swim. Shoot fireballs. Fucking cool, man. This video is called Born to Fly, Early Life of Birds.
Dust bathing can rid the bird of parasites and dead skin, keeping the sparrows in top health.
I like the funny tops of their heads. We didn't stream Dose It In. We beat Fatalis. I'll get Dose set up for the next stream.
Can help. And for ravens, it seems to be fun too.
I love corvids. They're so good. We killed Wiggly Fatalis and then we're indulging in some delightful React content. They're just goofing around, man. Better than the alien stuff we were watching earlier? There was a really good alien documentary today. I like the one today.
A different approach. A chemical bath.
What?
It solicits an ant army.
What?
The angry insects don't like intruders on their mound.
Nah, the William Shatner one was primo.
But as they clamber through its feathers, they remove parasites and squirt a toxic pesticide.
What?
Once the treatment gets a bit rough, the jay moves on.
That's crazy. What the hell? Don't marry women, pee in my mouth instead.
Perhaps the most impressive feat of cleaning is the extreme showering of swifts.
Whoa. Whoa.
Clinging on with tiny feet, they let water run over their bodies.
That's hardcore, man. Think about how much force that is based on the size of their body.
Waters of the enormous Iguazu Falls.
It's amazing how much hygiene is a part of a bird's life, man. Imagine that
aerial
waterfall
acrobats
falling on
spend
you.
most of their lives on the wing. Some kinds of swifts even travel the globe and only land when it's time to have their young. These swifts use the waterfall as a screen behind which they can conceal
amazing.
their nests.
Smart little birds. Amazing how they use the natural landscapes
Wings
around them
give
like
birds
that.
their incredible gift of flight, but they have other functions as well.
Is it a vulture?
When the desert mountains get too hot, a mother vulture can use her wings to shield her vulnerable chick. They can also shield a meal from any potential thief.
Vultures are allowed in the chat. That one's got hair. That one's got hair right there. I've got less hair than that vulture.
A fisherman's friend, wings can cast shadows to lure fish or remove reflections, making
Oh, that
it
one isn't a
easier to
vulture? Oh,
spot
fair
prey.
enough.
And for marine hunters, wings turn flippers for submarine flight. Despite their buoyant bodies, the powerful wings of harlequin ducks can propel them down several meters to feed on shellfish on the sea
Delicious.
floor. And for a booming bustard,
It's not real. That is a man in a bird costume.
and for a booming bustard, the wings have decorative value. They almost seem to turn themselves inside out to impress a mate.
He's not even
And for a
trying to
booming
sound
bustard,
like a bird.
the
Birds
wings
don't
have
sound
decorative
like that.
value. They almost seem to turn themselves inside out to impress a mate.
Noxella did snore a little bit, and he farted a lot too. Yes, well, you can do that as a redeem. Absolutely. Oh, it's so good.
The wings are almost 3 meters across.
But so you'd be redeem
although a male
bird.
bustard may weigh 18 kilos, it can still get airborne.
Maybe redeem bird?
Making it possibly the heaviest flyer on the planet. These innocuous birds have yet another use for their wings.
What's
The
18
African
kilos in pounds? Like what, 20?
dicops
40 pounds?
nest on a riverbank close to crocodiles,
Don't be, dude.
hoping that the massive monsters will keep other predators at
Be
bay.
careful, man. Do they eat the things on their back? I would not be able to relax
But
if
it
I was
doesn't
that
always
bird.
work, and when a monitor lizard comes marauding, the birds are ready to take it on.
Kick his ass. Kick his ass. Kick the monitor lizard's ass. Yeah, he's picking the fight too. Look at him go. Dude!
The bold markings on the wings are like full size, creating a dramatic appearance.
He's probably protecting its eggs, right? Or is it a little baby guy?
The birds look bigger and scarier than they really are.
That's right. Dude, there's another one. He got back up.
It's usually enough to dissuade an attacker.
Ooh, look at those moves. Just like I love the like, what? Come at me, bro.
Wings can also
come
be
at me,
used
bro.
more directly in warfare. It's a bit of urban myth that a swan's wing can break your arm, but they are certainly effective when trying to keep a whooping swan Casanova from your missus. The intruder swaggers, virtually standing on its own beak to show off its coordination. The couple try to make it clear that they are an item. But the stalker won't go away.
And now they're gonna beat his ass. Beat his ass. Get him out. They're like taking turns fighting. I mean, I would assume the 2v1 would win. Or the other one wins, I mean. Who's that guy? Who's that fourth guy showing up?
Beaten and bitten.
Yeah, that's right.
Got the message. Beaten and bitten. He's finally got the message.
I mean, I remember I was in my master's program, and there was some. It was almost like an elective. It wasn't an elective, but it was almost an elective. And I remember there being like having to read a book about animals, and it was debating whether animals show emotion or not. And the full thing about the book is animals definitely have emotions. And like, if this isn't like full on clear,
beaten and bitten, he's
the animals can feel like pride and victory. I don't know what is, dude.
White storks are busily gathering frogs, mice, insects, whatever they can catch, to take back to their nests. They have chicks to get airborne. Already the youngsters have grown. Mother drops off some extra bedding and then unloads the dish of the day. Already the chicks are nearly as big as she is and stretch their huge wings.
I'm going to turn down one of my lights. If I'm a little...
For these young birds, the wings have a vital function. They have been born to become long-distance travelers. As soon as they have the strength, they will need to fly from Europe to Africa. Other birds put their flying skills to less honorable uses.
Dishonorable birds?
During the cold Japanese winter, kind fishermen throw leftovers from their catch to help cranes through the tough months.
Oh, that's so nice.
But aerial acrobats keep an eye on the goings-on.
I mean, look, those corvids are getting on too. I mean, are they not allowed to eat?
white-tailed sea eagles. These huge birds are good at catching fish for themselves, but when it's being handed out for free, they don't want to miss out and are not afraid to fight for it.
That bird's gonna jump kick it. Kick it. God, they look amazing in the air, huh? He got it. Oh, he dropped it. Uh-oh. Is he gonna go back for it?
The cranes do their best to defend their prize.
Oh, he got it again!
But against these accomplished thieves, it's futile.
Dude, alright, I was gonna say, yeah, that fish is done. I thought the fish was alive for a second.
Birds have a number of ways of exploiting other animals. On the pampas of South America, a capybara finds itself with baggage.
Yo! Is he gonna ride around on the capybara?
The Klingon is a Chimango caracara, a small hawk. It's posing as pest control, helping to remove ticks and other insects from the rodent's fur.
Is he really, though? Is he not really doing it?
But it has an inner vampire. And when it cleans the capybara's wounds, it nibbles just a little bit deeper than it should.
What the fuck?
Here's another marauding mob.
Dude, that's so messed up. Birds are scary. Dude, he was sucking his blood, dude.
Songbirds, and especially members of the crow family, seem to delight in harassing birds of prey.
This is
But
funny.
in truth, it's a safety mechanism. By calling the birds bluff, they are making sure they are not going to be taken by surprise, ending up on the menu themselves. Even when the bigger female osprey returns, the jays don't give in.
Dude, they're so badass. Uh-oh. I don't think this guy's gonna make it. I have a suspicion he's not gonna make it.
Attracted by the creatures of the forest, this young fishing owl is keen to make his debut.
There's an owl, and there's like a little squirrel
But unfortunately,
thingy.
success on his first flight will largely be a matter of timing.
That's his first flight? Look at his weird legs, man. Look at his weird-ass legs.
Soaked through, his wings have no resistance to the air.
This one's looking even worse, man. Oh, he looks so
He's going to
sad.
have to wait and dry off a bit first. Timing is critical to the success of all baby birds, especially ones with a long way to fall. Arctic seabirds cram the ledges. The guillemot chicks are growing fast and running out of space. But unlike other birds, guillemots don't fly from the nests. They jump.
Oh no. Oh, that's terrifying.
On a good day, the flightless youngster will leap to the sea, where it will be accompanied by its father.
Oh no.
Until it's developed enough to fly and take care of itself.
Oh, I don't.
But bad weather has pushed sheets of
I
ice
don't
up
like
against
this.
the cliffs. One father and son find themselves on thin ice.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And an Arctic fox has spotted their misfortune.
Uh-oh. I gotta admit, the fox is really cute, though. I don't know if there's any... Can you even do anything?
It's a floating maze of moving icebergs that are treacherous to both predator and prey.
Yes! Go! Go!
But eventually the ice gets too thin. The fox doesn't want to risk a dunking in freezing seawater, so he makes his way back to shore. Getting a little wetter en route than he'd hoped.
That fox is amazing looking. Oh, he's so cute! I'm really happy.
It's also time for the bee eaters
I know it's
to fly
nature.
the nest.
And like the fox needs to eat too, but I was rooting for the birds.
Mother's brought a juicy butterfly to try and lure the little ones out.
You're not going to bait them to fall out of the nest, are you?
They don't seem keen to obey. She gives in and feeds them. But if they want any more, they are going to have to come out and get it.
I mean, they look big enough to fly.
Their mother demonstrates the principle, and Dad makes encouraging sounds.
And birds are pretty good parents, man. And my parents did okay, but I think birds might have like maybe a leg up.
Another lure. The prospect is getting more tempting.
Ooh. Lionesses are good mothers? We'll have to watch a lion documentary at some point. Whatever's going on in that vodka documentary, man. And like the best part about that was like everyone
Gradually,
from the UK was like,
the
oh,
young
that's
birds
normal.
assemble and become more used to the subtleties of their wings. Soon they will join their parents as masters of the skies.
A dino documentary. We watch some more animal documentaries. I gotta download some new ones. We're streaming this one, but I try to download them on my normal Wi-Fi so I don't use up my streaming Wi-Fi.
To conquer the air at a young age.
Crocodiles? Crocodile parents?
The parents lead by example.
Got some long legs, man.
In just a few short months, the lessons pay off. There is still time for games.
What is the game? What is the game is
But when
playing
the flock takes off to begin
the
their
grassland?
migration,
I guess when you're a bird,
the
that
youngsters
works.
fall in behind their parents, ready to learn the route that will bring them back next year to the place of their birth. Birds are incredible, a marvelous balance of power and grace. They can go where they want and look down on the world.
Yeah, he's kind of like really pumping up those birds, dude. These birds will always be better than you. Powerful, graceful, and they look down on you.
Is it any surprise we dream of joining them as masters of the skies?
Look at this ugly, small child. Could never fly. Weak and useless. That was 50 minutes, man. That felt like 10 minutes. That was awesome, dude. I'm gonna put that link in chat. All right, now it's probably a good time for me to get some sleep. 7.5 hours. That's a pretty decent stream. Dose tomorrow. We're gonna be picking up on a character that we did recently, getting ready for the Monster Hunter Dose server revival. Also, I think tomorrow there might be the live televised court case of Donald Trump. If that's true, we will definitely be streaming that. Absolutely. So look forward to that. Otherwise, yeah, we'll probably do some more reacting tomorrow as well. All right, so I'll see you guys soon. I love you. Have a good day, good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.